Hey everybody! So, where to begin? Alright. So, surprise, surprise, it's 3 hours, or actually 4. No, still 3. I've lost track of time. Earlier than I usually stream. Why have I done that? Because there's this demo out here for this game called Terra Invicta. It was out during Steam Next Fest, and the developers put the demo out again as the game makes the rounds at a few gaming conventions. I really like this game. Best way to describe it would be think of that time between Civilization and Stellaris, where you kind of, you establish control of your solar system, and then you go into Stellaris. This is like that. Human civilization is where it is in the year 2022, and aliens show up. So now you, as a leader of one of eight special cabals, try to manipulate the scene to complete your objective. Those objectives being resist the alien, submit to the alien, become the alien, exploit the alien, or exploit the future, escape the solar system, cooperate with the alien, destroy the Xeno, or appease. And I can go into more detail about those objectives when we get into the game proper. Let's see. I'm gonna... So, few things to start out with before I even start. I may have to repeat myself a couple of times since people will probably be filtering in, but... the game is a lot like Stellaris, where you have time passing, but you can pause it or speed it up. I'll be speeding up a lot. You get 7 years in the demo, from 2022 to 2029. You do not save. The game has no save feature, so if the game crashes, or your computer shuts down, or anything else stops the application, you lose all your progress. So, I like it. Oh, I like the demo. I have thoughts on not having a save feature. But just, if you're interested in the game and want to give it a try, realize from the get-go that all your progress can be gone like that. However, I will go ahead and put some effort into customizing my faction. You can only play the Resistance. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it the XCOM Coalition. Faction adjective would be Defense. Keep the commander, but we'll call our fleets Task Forces. Alright, I'll do the full solar system just so you can see how much shit is in here. And of course, since I picked the full solar system, this might take a little bit to load. I did hear about the Persona 5 Nier crossover. I actually haven't had much of an interest in Nier. I've more just enjoyed the playthroughs of Nier Automata that I found a couple of times. But I've never played that one myself. I'm actually waiting for Persona 5 Royal to come out on Steam in October. Not sure if I'll stream it, if only because if I do, I won't finish it until like 2025. Unless I really marathon it, in which case, so long any other aspect of my life. But that's something to look forward to, maybe. Maybe if I could find a way to compromise. Oh, here we go. This is supposed. There's going to be voiceover in the full game, but you're just going to have to deal with me. Remember the day the universe answered. A familiar sun rose on an unfamiliar universe. Some of us saw wondrous possibility and others existential danger. The astronomers had insisted that the bright streak in the sky was no natural phenomenon. Most of us didn't believe them until it burned through our atmosphere and crashed in a remote region, leaving only wreckage and uncertainty. In our ignorance, we fractured, taking refuge in our most primal emotions. Each of us saw what we wanted to see. Cutting to what the Resistance saw. Everyone loves heroes, depends on them. To save us from evil, lead us through the darkness. The problem is, real heroes are always ignored. What no one understands is that being shot at is easy. The hard part is convincing someone they're drowning. Which is why we formed the Resistance. Alright. Welcome to Terra Invicta. We play the campaign as the Resistance. This version has some features removed from the release of the full game. Objective progression will stop at a certain point. Saving games is disabled. Key point, remember that. Some human ship models and large HAB models cannot be built. The campaign will stop after 7 years of play. So, at the end of September 30th, 2029, the game will stop. And you can find it on Steam. Alright, looks like the alien vessel has crashed in the Nanjing region of China. We can send one of our counselors to... Actually, I'm really going to have to start from, like, the bird level and work my way down here. So this is the leader of the XCOM Coalition. Actually, this is our Chief of Staff, Fiona Iode. We're the leader of the XCOM Coalition. Most of the world is reacting with fascination at the arrival of an alien species on Earth. We represent a small group of politicians, scientists, and military and intelligence personnel who feel that the aliens' crash landing in China and subsequent disappearance may not have been an accident. We intend to build an international organization capable of investigating and, if necessary, combating any threat the aliens may pose. So, she's going to go ahead and recommend that we send one of our agents to go investigate the crash. I disagree. Okay, perfect. So, if I could talk about how the game works in about 3 phases. The very early game is, you ignore all of this. This is the extent of the solar system that you can reach out to exploit or turn into habitable structures. None of that matters in the early game. The early game is just focused here on Earth, because even though we have formed this little shadow cabal of politicians, scientists, and operatives, we don't really have much influence over the nations of Earth. And while the nations of Earth themselves are going to collectively fail to do anything about the aliens showing up, they're the ones with all the resources we need to actually do something about it. So, what the early game is you have these agents. You start with 2, you can grow it up to 6. You can even mess with the other factions by converting some of their agents to not exactly work for you, but self-sabotage to align with your goals. And you're going to be using them to kind of cultivate and get control of the different nations of Earth. Some of which will be very easy. Some will be very hard. Essentially, the more educated and wealthy a nation is, especially if they don't really support dissenting opinions, the harder the nation will be to control. So guess what? China's the hardest nation to get control of in this game. America is not exactly second. But it is very populous, it's very rich, and essentially America has the small weak spot of it's very easy to insert your ideology into the nation, and if you have a strong enough public opinion, the nation's easier to take control over. You can kind of see the difference of ideology over here. When the game starts out, everyone's really happy. We're all like, ooh, aliens exist. Maybe we can do something about that together as a species. So if you go over here and check this tab, you can see that while 47% of the population just doesn't know what to think, a sizable chunk, 15%, is okay with cooperating with the aliens. And you can also tell that this is real time, as the Russia-Ukraine world has been added into the game. So, when we take a closer look at our counselors here, these are a lot like... this is where there's like a slight RPG aspect of the game. Each operative has different stats in different categories. Persuasion is essentially one of the ways you can get influence and convert nations. Investigation is more like... I feel like I should use the specific actions and what they're related to. But suffice to say, they all have different stats. You can augment these stats with organizations, which is a lot like equipment. Different orgs provide different bonuses, either directly to stats or to different incomes for the agent. So you see over time, I may be switching out agents if they're no longer useful for the part of the game I'm in. I may be augmenting them with organizations, all that jazz. For now, 0 XP, can't do anything, barely any resources, can't buy orgs, so that's going to be ignored. Now, the thing is, the game randomizes what agents you start out with. You always start out with one that's at least somewhat good at controlling nations, so they have a kind of good persuasion stat. But the second one is luck of the draw. Usually I get a scientist or an astronaut, but luckily I got another political-oriented one, so we don't have to replace anybody just yet. Their persuasion stats aren't the best, but I don't feel like dumping them out, especially since you have to spend influence to buy new agents. Speaking of, I'm going ahead and gonna get a third agent here that's good at convincing nations to join the cause. Politician's good, but he's too expensive. I like judges. Not just from the legal aspect, but judges usually have a good stat spread. And having good investigation means that they can kind of help crack control of nations that have already been pulled into other factions. So I think I'm going to go ahead and get this judge and see how that goes. All right, so when it comes to actually controlling nations, there's actually just a mission you can send your agents on, control nation, and you see the different percentages are their chances of success. You see Europe, for the most part, is a pretty hard nut to crack for the reasons I said earlier. Mostly very populous, very rich, difficult to control. I usually avoid Europe because while there is a side benefit of a lot of these nations being in the EU, which I'll get to later, you have to kind of control all of them to get that advantage. And since it's a very juicy target, all the factions try to go for it at the start. So what I do actually is I try to focus on some less noticeable nations, like for example Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, you wouldn't really pay attention to in real life, but in the game it's very useful because it actually has the Baikonur. I'm gonna butcher it. Sorry, the Cosmodrome inherited from the Soviet Union, and that is a source of boost. Now, what's boost? Boost is one of the resources here at the top, because everything in space takes resources to build. Sorry, brain fart. The resources you need in space are these 5: water, volatiles, base metals, noble metals, and fissils. Now, Earth has all of that to different degrees, but instead of having to manage these resources while you're just trying to clamor for control of Earth, all those resources Earth side are combined into boost. So anything you're launching from Earth takes boost, and anything you build in space using your different mines and whatnot, which we can get to later, uses the 5 resources up here. So getting Kazakhstan near the start is pretty good because this is the best source of boost in the beginning of the game. So what I usually do is I get Kazakhstan and then use that as kind of a leapfrog to grab a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, which, thanks to Russia's own little federation here, makes it easier to conglomerate them all into one super state, which saves me on influence because I have a soft cap on how many nations I can control. If I get over that cap, I start losing influence. However, today's a special day. Charles is in charge of the UK now, so I feel like I want to help. So I'm going to make it a goal for this game to get control of the UK. And then maybe Europe. Maybe I'll go ahead and leapfrog into an EU plan, just because it makes things a lot simpler. However, I only have an 11% chance of success in that op. I can, if I want to, spend influence to increase the odds, but that's eating away at a very limited resource I have right now. I'm not sure I want to spend 16 just to boost her chances to 40. So I think what I'm going to do instead is start getting a little, some seeds in Europe. Because for every country you have control over, you have a little bit of a boost on getting control of a neighboring country. For the UK, it's a bit hard because they only really have Ireland neighboring them. But I'm going to go ahead and send her to Ireland to get some control there.
Bringing them on board.
Reporting in.
Let's see. Oh, you have even worse odds. But 50% chicks in Kazakhstan. You know, I can't resist it. I won't go with my Russia strategy here, but I just can't ignore Kazakhstan. It's too juicy a target.
Taking control.
Go get control of that, please.
Ready.
In the meantime, go ahead and try the Alpine States. Don't want to spend all of it, but that'll have to do.
Bringing them on board.
Alright, so now that everyone has their assignments for this round, confirm, and now we go into the real-time part. So this is how fast it goes at its lowest setting. It's almost every minute is a second. That's obviously too slow. Oh, and I should point out, what are these little icons orbiting the Earth? These are the two major space stations. Anything beyond the Earth is directly controlled by the different cabals. The kind of hand-waving is, for example, the International Space Station may belong to several, a child of mankind's genius, but at the start of the game, it directly belongs to the Academy, the Cooperate with the Aliens faction. And as you can see, it already has some solar collectors, a nice lab. So this is already giving benefits to the Academy on Earth. And you see there's this other one, the Tiangong Station. That belongs to Project Exodus, the let's fuck off and leave the solar system faction. So they have a little bit of a head start over the other factions by already having a space station in orbit. We would have to spend boost to make one, and we don't have any. So we're going to go ahead and let this speed up a bit. Whee! Look at them go. Look at those space stations race around the Earth. All right. So first step is now trying to build out our cabal. Who's going to be the support staff? You have lobbyists and influencers, which help out your base influence income, scientists and engineers, which help out your science income. I'll get to research in a moment. Officers and operators, which help out your ops income, which is stuff you kind of spend on espionage missions or when you're trying to protect your own interests. And financiers, investors would just give you money. The best option here is officers and operators. The income from all the other choices gets wildly outclassed by what you can get just like a year later in the game. Meanwhile, ops income is kind of hard to come by because you can only really get it with your counselors. They either start with it or you get an org that augments their income. So I always pick this. And actually, while we wait, I'll go ahead and... One humanity? The glowing realization that we are not the sole sapient species in the universe is causing many to see their fellow humans in a new light, leading to hopes that we can overcome our capacity for strife to address the alien arrival as one people. So that all nations gain one cohesion. So, oh gosh, let me go ahead and get it. So I'll let time keep running, but I'll let it run at just a slightly faster pace. Here's what a nation looks like. In the United States of America, whew, China is just as visually busy, but since most of my audience is probably from America, this is a good starting point. So, every nation in Terra Invicta is broken into control points. Depending on the size of the nation, it can have as many as 6 or as few as 1. For example, Ireland has 2. What the different factions do is that every time they do a controlled nation mission, they try to get one of these control points. So actually, several factions can share America. And that means each of them kind of gets a slice of America's pie when it comes to its different statuses. Essentially, the money it gives them, the research it gives them, the boost it gives them, or the mission control, which is your cap on how many colonies you can have outside of Earth. I can get more into this when we actually have a control point to use, but essentially, you want all these different statuses, like how democratic it is, how peaceful it is, what their Miltech setting is. All of it plays into just how well you can use the nation in your kind of grand game. So, when it comes to the United States, the biggest thing you want to pay attention to here is that it has a very good naval power, which means all of these little army tiles here can move anywhere. Any nation that doesn't really have a navy means their army won't have this little anchor icon next to them, and they're restricted in moving only to each adjacent region. However, if they do have the anchor icon, then if they have access to water, they can go wherever the water touches. Pretty fast, too. So America's a pretty good target because its military supremacy means it has the most armies in the game at the start, and each one of them is able to travel over water. For example, China only has 4, and only one, this one next to Taiwan, go figure, is the only one that can travel over water. Meaning that while China can declare war on Taiwan, while America would join in, they can only move one army over onto the island. These other 3 are just stuck playing defense. How's Brazil doing? Pretty okay, though the red arrows are all over the place. It looks like their democracy rating's going down. Their unrest is going up. Their GDP is going down. Their cohesion's going up. Oh, everyone's cohesion's going up because of the one humanity bit. So cohesion kind of is tied to unrest. The more cohesive a country is, the harder it is to take control over, and the less likely it is you have to deal with unrest. And if the unrest gets too high, not only does just all the stats in the country suffer, but it could have a coup d'etat, which resets all of their control points, which is something you may want if, say, a faction you don't like has control of a country. But if it's a country you have control over, it's not good. Especially if you spent all this time and energy taking control of a big country only for it to have a coup d'etat. That would suck. Alright, so while we're at it, I'm going to speed things up a little bit more. Research. So, research is... this is something I really like about the game. Research is broken down into global research and what specifically your cabal is researching. So, there are... the technology is like in any sort of research tech tree. But everyone, all 8 factions, or how many you choose to have in your game, are researching those 3 techs at the same time. And you can choose how much of your personal research pool you want to dedicate to these different techs per day. And why would you do that? Well, if when a tech is researched, you end up being the faction that contributed the most research, you can then pick the next tech that gets researched. And for how much you invested into researching that tech, you get access to a number of personal engineering projects for your faction. And these are the techs that if you research them, you have access to cool shit. For the moment, I only have these repeatable techs that give me resources up here. And I'm keeping this one because I do need to make sure I keep getting influence. So the more like orgs and laboratories you build for your faction, the more you can kind of spread out research for your personal projects. But every faction will always be trying to race for control of these 3 different slots. For the Resistance, want us to focus on Skywatch so we can keep an eye out for for new spaceships coming to Earth. And then you have stuff over here which just tells you stuff's happening. It's kind of annoying because if you let it go for a whole turn, you'll have a whole side of the window covered in icons. I hope they change that when the full game releases. But the game's actually still in development. This isn't just a feature complete demo. King Jader, thank you for the 61-month resub, and Reviled Pembroke, thank you for the 19-month resub. Sorry, I had to rehydrate there. I had to talk a lot. Alright, let's speed things up a bit more. Around and around and around we go.
To take control.
Well, that's not good. You had a 66% chance and you rolled a 68. 2% off, that's not good. And now he's spotted, which means there are a few missions your counselors can do that can only affect other counselors. Like the way you operate against other factions, aside from trying to take control of countries you're both gunning for, is targeting their counselors and using some of these missions on them. So the fact that he's been spotted means that they can now use missions on him.
Our presence is growing.
All right, we've got some control of Ireland.
We were unable to establish control.
Oh gosh, all right. So bad first turn. 2 of the agents failed their missions with pretty good odds. Which now means that my race to control Europe is already in jeopardy. But the good news is, the final slot, whether it be 1 control point or 6, the final one is the executive, and that's the one that lets you control policy and war. The chance to declare alliances, declare war, all that stuff. So you can only get the executive if you have a control point in the country already. For countries with 1 control point, it's, you know, do or die. But for, say, Ireland, now that I have control of the legislator, the second control point, no one else can get this control point unless they wipe me off of this one. So I don't have to immediately run this mission again to finish off Ireland. I can leave it like this and worry that no one else is going to take it, which I think I have to do since the other two fucked up.
Standing by for orders.
Why don't you come over here to Denmark? Not the richest country, actually. Hold on. Yeah, do Sweden instead. Not bad odds.
Establishing our presence.
What's the up?
You're doing Kazakhstan again, because I'm not losing that boost.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Where
You
to?
have no influence to speak of. Do Portugal? I mean, if I get Portugal, I have better control in Spain. If I get Spain, I have France. That may be too much leapfrogging. You do Denmark.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Did the game forget whales exist? So here's the thing. Trying to simulate all the nations of Earth is a bit of a tall order. So, for better or worse, they did lump some countries together. Switzerland and Austria became the Alpine states. The Netherlands and Belgium became Benelux. I probably butchered that. Let's see. What other countries kind of got the short end of the stick? Most of the Balkan countries, all the Baltic states got fused into one. Pretty sure there was another place that got the short end of the stick. Where is it? Even Singapore. Yeah, Singapore got one little thing here just because it's so notable. I actually should probably aim for Singapore next. It's pretty rich given its size. North Korea only got one, but it's still there. Yeah, so, you know, it's a compromise that I understand, but also I can also understand if you're, like, from one of these countries and it's like, we're not that important. Alright, go ahead and keep running. Alright, so, UN Security Council meets. They have met to discuss the alien arrival. Unfortunately, the hoped-for show of international unity did not materialize, with China, Russia, and the United States accusing each other of hiding knowledge about the alien crash and preventing full access to the site. Well, it's in China. We have an opportunity to shape events to our advantage, even to make our case directly to the nations of the world. However, with the eyes of the world on these meetings, our council's risk of exposure to our enemies is extremely high. So we can choose to do nothing, remain in the shadows. That allows us to keep our cards closest to our chest. We can kind of play halvesies and just whisper a few things into a few ears, which gives us some influence, but does reveal some of our information to the world and gives us a public boost of support, which is something we need for helping to control these nations. Or we can just go whole ham, say, we're here, we're queer, the aliens suck, let's fight them. That gives us the largest amount of influence and a good boost of public opinion, but a lot of our shit gets revealed to the other factions. I always pick the Deliver Our Manifesto. I can't say if it's the best option, but getting that 50 influence is a great way to grab that fourth counselor pretty quick, and that helps you in the land rush phase of the game. So I always go for this. Plus, if any of the other AI factions pick this...
Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it.
Yeah, they also do it. So, for example, the initiative here, which is, they're the rich Illuminati. That's who they are. They also picked the same thing I did. That's how we encountered each other. The leaders of the shadowy cabal reveal little about themselves or their methods. In some regions, they are behind rampant rumors that the alien arrival is a fabrication by Earth's governments and corporations. In others, they have founded companies selling products that allegedly protect from the fictitious alien disease they seem to have made up. So, they're the rich Illuminati that are here to exploit the alien arrival for their personal benefit. It looks like none of the other factions decide to announce themselves, so we'll run across them when we run across their counselors. So on top of me getting the influence boost, the initiative got one too. I'm going to go ahead and grab... I didn't get 60 influence, so that may be a problem. Because I still want... this journalist can't control nation. Oh wow, all of them suck. Like, the professor is okay, but he only has 5 persuasion. None of these guys is better than... I'm gonna make a risky play here. The journalist has the best amount of persuasion, but he can't control nation. So I think I'm actually going to recruit him, and then see if I can't find an org that lets him control nation. That gives him the mission to control nation. It looks like none of these up front give that mission, or if they do, I can't afford them. So that's a bit of a problem. I may have gambled here and lost. But the thing is, he does have crackdown, which means he can weaken other control points that other factions have gotten. So, for example, wow, where have you guys gotten anything? Okay, nope. There we go. Humanity first. They're the Purge the Xeno group. I can have my guy come here and crack down on this control point, which means it's easier for me to switch control of it from them to me. But I can't do it yet because I can only assign missions during those places where the game pauses and that confirm assignments pops up here.
We failed to take control.
Really? Oh, man, this is not going well, guys. Ugh, even with an 87% of success, she rolled 92. Over and failed.
Our supporters are in place.
Well, that's something.
Our supporters are in place.
Okay, and that's good too. Alright, so we've got Kazakhstan, Denmark, and Ireland are locked out. No one else can grab them from us. Okay. Go ahead. Give Belu a try.
Establishing control.
Where to?
Alright, well, if you can't do anything right now, go ahead and investigate that crash site.
Recon the site.
At your service.
Try again.
Bringing them to our side.
Ready to go.
You can do maybe the Alpine states. Oof, that takes all my influence, though. I don't like that. But it connects to so many different countries. Fine.
Bringing them on board.
Ah, looks like we found another counselor in the Kabul region. Kabul. So this is somebody, but I have to use a mission to investigate them to find out who they are.
We found something.
I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the crashdown site. Congrats. We have, despite heavy security, we were able to obtain some surveillance records of the crash site, as well as a small quantity of debris. We should have a project ready for research shortly. So now we have a new objective, a new project, which is one of these three down here. So I could switch this out if I wanted to, but I still want the influence income, so I'm going to leave that be.
We've gained significant support.
All right, we got the
We've
Sweden.
got our people in place.
Got the Alpine
We
states.
still lack support.
But you fucked up. The Academy got Germany. Well, at least it got one of the control points in Germany.
Standing by for orders.
Well, try again.
Bringing them
Those
to our
odds, you
side.
shouldn't fail more than once.
Where do you need me?
Let's have you go to France and start swinging opinion in our direction. So public campaign directly affects this little color wheel. With money, escalating the chance of success. If you succeed, you increase your faction's influence on public opinion, which
will
makes it
tell
easier
our
for you to
story.
do stuff in the country.
Ready for my mission.
Let's see. Between these two, do Norway.
We'll be
Norway's
running
richer.
this place in no time.
Acknowledged.
Do the Alpine states again because I needed to get one more control point before it's locked up. I don't like using all of that. I'll go for the nice number.
Establishing our presence.
It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now.
We have encountered Project Exodus. This organization has its foundations in a group of tech magnates who were already funding space exploration before the alien arrival, Elon. Now, with proof of interstellar travel in front of all humanity, they are focusing their efforts on leading an expedition beyond the Earth's solar system. So these guys are the, alright, I'm gonna head out, sort of guys. So, and here's a little thing about these different factions. Just ignore the ones we haven't discovered yet. We'll get to them when they reveal themselves. Some of their goals do align. So, given the way the technology is researched in this game, you kind of aren't going to really get ahead unless you have massive amounts of research on your own, or you're pooling research points together with the different factions. And fortunately, aside from the servants, but we'll get to them, a lot of the factions have stuff they want to research together. The Resistance wants to go fight the aliens, so they need ships to go into space and go fight them. Project Exodus also wants ships, but they want to leave. So you can trust Project Exodus to both help research technology into shipbuilding as well as engine design. Meanwhile, the Initiative can help you make space profitable, so you can start building stuff in space to buoy the costs of supporting the different colonies you have. And all the factions and the Academy is just the general enlightened science faction, so you can count on them to put points in almost anything if they have them. And they do have a bit of a lead, having a space station researching stuff in orbit.
Our supporters are in place.
We've
Alright.
gained significant support.
This is a much
taking
better
over.
turn. Oh, but Humanity First got a foothold in France. Alright, move down to Balkans. Or...
I'm here.
who has the best odds of the UK? I'd
Where
like to
to?
start converting the UK. 19%? It's not great, but... go ahead and try with 64.
Establishing control.
Ready for my mission. Establishing control.
Reporting in. Establishing our presence.
Ready for my mission. I will try to sway the public.
Alright, now we get an advisory team, which is a lot like the first choice, but now they're focusing more on kind of what you can get out of the different countries. You can either get more economic development, which leads to better growth for your money income, hire some, essentially, rocket scientists to focus on building up your boost income, because the countries can actually build up their boost. For example, France has a launch facility down here in French Guinea. Is it still called that? I don't quite remember. Yeah, but they have, because this place is really close to the equator, the boost facility is actually pretty good. Not as good as the Cosmodrome that we have, but pretty good on its own. So, but the thing is, this little number here can go up the more they invest in boost, which is here. I usually like putting in this one because the other one just makes their military stronger, or makes kind of the nation kind of work better, which I don't care about.
We've moved the needle.
Oh yeah, see, this is what I hate. It resets just a little bit below the screen,
got our
so it's
people
not
in
just
place.
it doesn't just keep going on forever, but I hate all these icons over here.
We're taking over.
All right, we've got a foot in the
We
United.
were
We've got a
unable
foot in
to
the
establish
UK.
control.
We're at least close to that. But Project Exodus got Italy. Ugh. So this, yeah, and this is what I was afraid of. The different factions are getting footholds in different countries, so it's kind of hard to build up a big mega block. And plus, some of these countries have nukes. Nuclear weapons do exist in the game. This is the number of nuclear barrages you get. If you have control of the executive, you can fire off nukes. And it's kind of abstract in the sense that you don't get one for every single nuke the country should have. You just get a number of barrages. But one barrage is enough to destroy one region of the map and all the armies in it. Let's see. Russia has 30. United States has 28. China has 3. So, another part of the game when you're doing the land grab is make sure the extremist factions don't get the country with nukes, because they're the ones that are most liberal in using them. And one of the extreme factions is purge the Xeno humanity first. So I'd rather them not get full control of France if I can help it. But why don't you focus a little bit on Germany too? I like having a nice small block here with those 3 countries.
Making our case.
Ready.
You stay in the UK and keep working on that control point.
We'll bring this nation to
Can't
our
afford
side.
to spend all my influence
Ready.
on you, so we'll just have to deal.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Where do you need me? Putting our people in place.
The trick is not to look directly at what you're trying to see. Offset your focal point somewhere to the side of where you think you notice the movement. At night, the center of your vision doesn't work as well as during the day. I won't try to explain the science to you. What matters is you'll see whatever is out there before they see you. Colonel Hans Castillo, advising conscripts in Colombia.
So, nice little example. Our XCOM coalition contributed the most science to this research, that we get to pick the next tech. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and read the nice flavor text. The span of time humanity has spent in space is dwarfed by the span of time humanity has been interested in it. Earliest records of the telescope date to the turn of the 17th century, with regular advancement made every century thereafter. Therefore follows that on the shoulders of programs such as SETI, we consolidate our resources into a unified observation and surveillance program so we can maintain active, constant surveillance on the nearer parts of the solar system. Allows all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn. Immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. Found a ship! Alright, I'm going to go ahead and turn this to Deep System Skywatch so we can see all the way to the edge of the system. So, for the most part, and you see now it's been flipped over, for the most part, stealth isn't a thing in the game. The game takes for granted that given the fact, even if you can't directly see something, heat and stuff like that kind of becomes very obvious to see, at least nearby. Once you have that Deep System Skywatch, you can see everything going on in the entire solar system. So for the moment, we can only see these two ships coming towards Earth. But once we have Deep System Skywatch, we can see all of the planets, and we can see just where the aliens seem to be coming from. Alright, let's take a look at these ships now that we can see them. Zoom, 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 zoom. Just, I'm still zooming, just to get a sense of how big it models the solar system. Alright, nice little transport ship here. Just give Ride a better look. So here's a look at an alien vessel. It actually looks like it doesn't have much in the ways of weapons aside from this laser cannon on the front. So if we had any ships in orbit, we might be able to blow it out of the sky, but sadly, we are very far behind on that. So this thing is probably just going to make its way into Earth orbit unmolested.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Good.
We're taking over.
Mission is a no-go.
Oh, we lost the Czech Republic to Project Exodus.
We got our people in place.
I'm still getting UK influence, though. UK might be our little bastion of support here. I'm gonna see if I can't take something out from...
We'll bring this nation
Take a
to
little
our
bit of
side.
Italy.
Acknowledged.
Don't crack down on that. You have so little... Oh, okay, no. 25% chance of cracking down on that? Go ahead. Don't want to spend all my influence, so let's go for the
Turning up.
50-50 shot.
What's
Oh,
the
okay.
op?
We've got an org available. Connect Pressure Control Limited, headquartered in Dallas. It gives the advised mission to our counselor. I think they all have that by default, though. Okay, no, so this is good. You see those two gear icons as monthly income? That means if you have that, you unlock this second slot for council engineering projects, which for now doesn't do us much good because we have so little research to spread out among different projects. But having that would help us keep a good tech lead once we do. So I'm tempted to get that. Let's see, it costs us 340, so a good portion of the money we have coming in. I'm going to go ahead and give that to... Do we have anyone with good science? No. We have this journalist, but he doesn't have the capacity for it. Science is listed for priority. I'll give it to you. Just so we have the tech advantage. Now this popped up. I'm going to change that to alien signatures so we can actually get rolling on that. You go back to keep trying to control the UK.
Taking control.
I'm here.
I guess you can work on the Alpine states, maybe? Yeah, go ahead and finalize control of the Alpine
Bringing them
states.
to our side.
Just so we can start getting some more solid income.
They slipped away from us.
Well, yeah, it was a 50-50 shot, so I figured that wasn't gonna succeed.
We've gained significant support.
Alright, we got control of the Alpine
Our
states.
presence is growing.
We've got a foothold in
Our
Italy.
supporters are in place.
We've locked down the UK, alright. Starting objectives going strong.
The Siratul Baqarah.
Gonna have some
Written
tea with
in
Charles.
Heaven and earth, a wise people may find the signs of Allah. Let us heed those words and join together as we take our search into the stars. Director Khalid al-Ashgar from his khutbah at the first conclave of Muslim astrophysicists.
Alright, so the Academy invested the most in here. I didn't invest anything, so the next tech is just going to immediately roll over. I won't have a chance to pick it. Existing in space is a different animal than merely traversing it. If we plan to go from tourist to resident, we must first adapt. Logistics requires resupply missions planned months in advance, while engineering must cope with long-term exposure to solar radiation and the rigors of equipment maintenance in a vacuum. Likewise, our psychologists must develop a training regimen so personnel are able to maintain peak performance in an environment where up and down do not exist. We have, of course, been able to travel into space for some time, but now we must establish how to do so easily, regularly, and cost-effectively, and in greater numbers than ever before. This renewed mission to space thus entails a mission to change many of our most fundamental preconceptions. Yet all these hardships are entirely necessary, for only once we are comfortably beyond Earth's orbit can we hope to explore, exploit, and ultimately even settle upon neighboring worlds, and in time, perhaps far beyond. So what did they pick? They picked advanced magnetics, which is how you get... if you want railguns, this is how you get railguns. Alright. Lock down Ireland, too.
Putting our people in place.
You
Ready
keep
for my
working
mission.
on Italy.
Taking control.
Ready to go.
Do I want to keep trying to kick the humanity first out, or do I want to maybe switch gears to get solid control over Italy? Oh, we can kick that out of the Czech Republic pretty easily. I'm going to give France another try. So here's the thing. Maybe I was going to hold off on this, but maybe I'll go ahead and say it now. You can fuse different countries together into larger superstates, as I kind of alluded to before. And this is a nice way to have control over large, rich areas without completely depleting your influence income. Now, the thing is, in order to have that unification, you need to have a pre-existing federation already in place. And that federation needs to have claims on different regions. There are only two federations that exist at the beginning of the game. The European Union and the Eurasian Union, led by two different states. Russia, of course, leads the Eurasian Union. No surprise there. But, same thing with the different countries perhaps you can fuse together. France is the leader of the European Union. Which means that you need to have control of France in order to fuse the different states together into a larger superstate. So not only do you want to get it to make sure you have control of their nukes, but if you want to make your European superstate, you need to have control of France. So I'm going to go ahead and keep knocking down France's door. Guess I'll just keep flipping that coin and hope it lands heads.
Going after their people.
Standing by.
You go ahead and finish your... Well, maybe. Maybe I'll... Yeah, we've locked down the UK unless they try to kick us out. Maybe you could try Germany instead. Yeah, try Germany.
Putting our people in place.
We believe we can join them as brothers and sisters. If we only convince them we are worthy.
Yeah, I don't entirely agree with their decision here. It's just that, just as game mechanics, you need to have one nation that is the head of the Federation, and so they just picked France. I could definitely see it being Germany, but alas. Alright, we have encountered the Academy. Led by members of Earth's scientific community, this faction has concluded that any species capable to cross the stars must have moved beyond violence as a mechanism to resolve conflict. They assert that humanity must work to build a bridge to ensure the aliens treat us as equals. So these are the not exactly alien simps, but high-minded idealists. They're the science people.
Their control is vulnerable.
Hey, alright, so Humanity First has been weakened in France. We can try and purge them next turn. Next phase, I guess. There is no doubt extraterrestrial life has touched down on Earth. The many questions we have regarding its origin, its species, and its intent will have to wait. All that matters is finding it. Now is finding it. By cross-referencing reports of unusual events in the vicinity of the landing site with similar data from our global intelligence network, we have developed a tracking system able to reliably identify disappearances most likely resulting from alien activity. We have completed the alien research alien signatures. Our studies of the crash site have determined that a motile sapient life form survived. I wonder if that's supposed to be mobile. Is motile a word? I've honestly never heard of it. Sapient life form survived the crash down and moved with purpose into the nearby wilderness. We have no footage of the creature, nor any further sighting reports. Worryingly, however, we are receiving reports of strange occurrences in nearby communities, including disappearances of both animals and people. So far, we have no hard evidence that these events are related to the alien arrival, but should our agents detect concrete evidence of abductions, we should investigate immediately. Our research division has been studying the fragments of debris our counselor recovered from the crash site. The volume of material is very small, but our researchers have nevertheless drawn some important conclusions. The debris is made of some kind of metallic alloy that is unusually hard and strong, with properties that do not fully match to anything that human engineering can reproduce. Several of our researchers suspect that some fraction of the substance may be extrasolar in origin. However, we have definitely established that the majority of the mass of the debris bears the unique signatures of our solar system's formation. In all likelihood, the ship was built somewhere within the orbit of our sun. If our analysis is correct, it suggests that the aliens have at least one base of operations within or very close to our solar system. Locating it would be a valuable intelligence windfall. Reports are continuing to surface of missing animals and people in the regions near the alien crash site. Using severe location would help detect it. Oh my, so much to read! Oh, it is a word. Motile, of cells, gametes, and single-celled organisms capable of motion. So, mobile, but on the scale of cells. Interesting. The more we learn about the aliens, the more our science teams are coming to feel that we are not as far behind technologically as we initially believed. The alien designs are far more advanced than ours, and their material science is particularly impressive, but the alien equipment seems to be, for the most part, compatible with our own scientific understanding. If we can gain access to some working examples of alien technology, our research division believes that they should be able to reverse engineer them. I recommend you select a small and vulnerable alien target that we can swiftly overwhelm, enabling us to loot the field and withdraw before the aliens can respond. So I have to get to a landed UFO, one that hasn't crashed, habitat, warship, or army. Oh, that's easy.
Our
Alright.
presence is growing.
Okay.
We're taking over.
Okay.
Our presence is growing.
Good job, everybody.
Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence.
So here are the alien simps. We have encountered the Protectorate. The leaders of this organization are an alliance of officials who believe that the clandestine nature of the aliens' arrival marks them as a threat, but they have concluded that any species that can cross interstellar distances is nothing that humanity is capable of opposing. So these are the guys that are just like, we don't want to be slaves, but we really don't think we can win this fight, guys. So we can count on them to have some form of mutual defense, but they're the ones that are going to be running at the first sign of trouble. I would say they're the worst, but there's at least one faction that's worse than them.
Establishing control.
Ready for orders.
I'll talk about them when we find them. Okay, actually, go ahead and purge humanity first. So, Crackdown weakens their position. Purge switches them out if you are successful. That's essentially all you need to know about those two missions.
Targeting the position.
It's a great way to kind of hijack a control point without going through the effort of actually going through the Control Nation mission yourself. Go ahead and finalize grabbing Italy from them.
Bringing them to our side.
At your service.
No. Let's try... that's even worse odds. Let's do Poland.
Applying pressure on their people.
Alright, the servants of the world have came under pressure. We are not alone. The dreamer in me wants to believe it would bring a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist, I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us. The quiet assurance that humans have carried for so long is gone. The knowledge that we share the universe with at least one other sapient species has caused reverberations throughout our entire society. The very fabric of our civilization is being stretched to its breaking point as conflicting voices shout ever louder above one another. It falls to our leaders, current and future, to rally our thrilled and frightened masses. Now more than ever, we must come together as a people and prove to the universe that although we may no longer be its center, as we once believed, we are no less important. This is how you get all the sociological texts. It's people to come to grips with this crap. So yeah, no, there's actually a... Oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and show you guys the tech tree. So this is just the... These are the global techs, the ones that lead to the different projects for your faction. Oh, there's a lot of them. Let's take a look at the full tree. It takes a sec. I'm still going. Oh, it's still going. There we go. Yeah, I can't zoom out, but yeah. So this one tech, we are not alone, leads to all of this in some way. Oh geez, they already jumped to outpost tabs. Someone's happy for colonization. You keep doing research into that until something more interesting comes along. It looks like the Academy has decided to take control of Russia. Wonder what that means for Ukraine.
We've got our people in place.
We've gained significant support.
We're in control here.
Alright, we've got a foothold in France at the cost of humanity first. I'm sure they'll love that. Alright, now... Oh, okay, so the thing is, you might be wondering after seeing me move this guy around and start knocking control points off, how do you keep your control points protected? Well, if you have enough influence, you can send a counselor to defend interest, and that's what gets this little shield icon on the control point, which means it's a lot harder to crack down. Unless you have a really powerful counselor with good investigation, you pretty much can't crack down on it. So the fact that the shield up means that the Academy is going to keep their foothold in Germany until it goes away. It is on a time limit, but it's you have to go through a few phases before it goes away. Alright, so if I can't get them there, then I'll see if I can't get full control of Italy down here.
Targeting their center of power.
I'm here.
Yeah, keep working on Poland.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Standing by. Terminating the opposition.
Ready for orders.
Now we're going to see if we can't get more of a foothold in France.
Establishing control.
And so I've, of course, been focusing a lot on Europe right now, but the United States is still wide open. Perfect. Just perfect. Great job. Gonna keep things... Slow down a bit so I can talk. Looks like most of the northern North America is pretty good. No one's gotten a foothold in Mexico yet. Mexico's pretty rich, so of the three countries here, Canada's actually the easiest to get a foothold in. Mexico's slightly more so, and then the hardest would be the United States. Brazil's still untouched. it being the richest one in South America, I believe. At least as far as the game's concerned. Africa, let's flip things over to faction control. Yeah, Africa's being divvied up. Looks like India and China are untouched. Well, actually, oh, you know what? I still should send someone to Singapore. I really should clench that. It's a nice little money. Honeypot? Honeypot, sure. Plus, it does border other stuff in Southeast Asia, so you can try and get more influence over there.
We've gained significant support.
We're taking over.
Our people have taken control.
Alright, we got full control of Poland now, too. Alright, let's go ahead and finish up control of France.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
I'm here.
Go ahead and take a crack at that. I don't like the odds. You know, 1 in 5 chance of success. That probably isn't going to work.
Ready for orders.
You can do them.
Taking control.
Then you
Where do you need me?
purge them from Italy.
Removing
Alright,
our
so
enemies.
we're definitely getting the kind of northwestern Europe going here. If I can snag Germany at some point, I think we got a pretty solid base of operations. I would have liked to get more. So my usual game is grab Russia, grab India, grab the United States, and then after a nice public campaign blitz, grab China, and that kind of encapsulates a lot of the power block. Like, most of the factions end up if someone doesn't dominate, the factions kind of break up Europe a lot, so they aren't able to kind of make a small central solid foundation. So with Russia, China, India, and the United States, you're kind of very hard to dislodge. But since I wanted to go for the UK, I'm sacrificing what I think is a better strategy. Though it is risky. Like, India's pretty hard to crack because it's so populous. It only really has an advantage over China by being more diverse. Plus, if Russia wins its war against Ukraine, it actually grabs all that territory. So Ukraine's gone.
Target's lost.
That's what I feared. I just have to keep knocking on that door.
We've gained significant support.
Our supporters are in place.
Alright, and I am nearing my influence cap, so I definitely want to
Our
make sure I can
associates
get
were
full
unable to
control of
take control.
France soon. Actually, no, I don't need full control of France. I just need full control of the country I'm trying to take. So I could do this right
Standing
now.
by.
Go ahead. Yeah, you set national
On my
policy.
way to the capital.
Reporting in.
You keep trying. Yeah, here's 2 influence. Go grab
Establishing our
Germany.
presence.
Where to?
You 2? No.
We're taking power.
At your service. Time to make our move.
So I'm going to be kind of helping out the Academy here by doing this, but it helps, it cuts down the number of control points that are costing me influence. So, kind of diegetically, you could explain this as, now that aliens have arrived, the EU starts to coordinate into more of a superstate structure instead of an alliance of sovereignty. Go ahead, definitely work on that. In fact, max out the research on that. That's more important right now. To get that 5th counselor.
Mission complete.
So I do need full control of France. And I can't bring the UK back into the EU because I don't have full control. All right, so I did kind of waste my turn there, unless I want to disarm their nukes. I don't, because I have control. I don't want to get rid of my deterrent. Could declare war on Russia, but that would be a bad idea. I think the Academy would still resort to nukes if it looked like they were about to lose control. So that is a waste of influence on my part. I forgot. Alright, yeah, which means the next one's gonna come
Policy
in.
direction
Cancel.
complete.
F that up.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Our presence is growing.
Alright, still getting
We
control.
are in control
Ah,
now.
damn. The Academy got that executive, so they control the executive of Germany. Alright, how hard would it be? It's definitely easier to try this again than do that.
Cracking down.
Where
Go
do you
back
need
over
me?
here and finalize control of the UK.
Bringing them on board.
Your orders.
I want to see if I can't get this in one. Yeah, the odds of purging it is going to be low because it hasn't been cracked down yet, but if it does get cracked down, he can then come in later.
Removing our
Because the
enemies.
crackdown resolves
Standing by.
before the purge. So if the crackdown passes, the purge will get a better chance of success. Oh, you can crack down too? Sure, might as well.
Targeting their key people.
Almost no chance of success, but whatever. I need to make sure I can keep my influence income up.
We lost their trail.
You have the best chance of success!
We lost their trail.
Which means the purge is probably going to fail. And the Czech Republic left the EU. Oh, and so also, you'll see here, if a country is part of the Federation, a
We got
fraction
our
of its
people in place.
resources are offered up to the Federation. Meaning, essentially, you get a piece of a piece. So if you have control of a country, but you don't have a lot of control of the Federation, it is in your best interest to leave it, even if you're sacrificing the ability to unify. Alright, we got the UK. Primary mission accomplished. I'm gonna set myself up in a nice room in Buckingham Palace and tell everyone else to fuck off. You can call me the governor.
The opposition remains in power.
Yeah, no, that was gonna be a given. Alright, so I have 2 armies under my control. You can tell because they're nice and white now. Is there anyone else who has an army? Oh yeah, and the Academy gets green. Not sure if that's the best effect, but it's there. Uh-oh, this isn't good. The servants got control of Iran. So, there are, if I remember my facts correctly, 7 nations in the game with nukes. United States, UK, France, Russia, China, India, Pakistan, 1 off, sorry, there was 1 more, 8. Israel has 1 too. Israel hasn't said they have 1, but everyone pretty much believes they have 1, so they have 1 in the game. Iran, however, yeah, there's this little category in the nation priorities where you can send some of their resources to build nuclear weapons. Guess which country is the highest on that list of almost being there? It's Iran. And if the servants, which, you know, I'll go ahead and spoil it. They're the alien cultists, have control of Iran. That's not good. So, if I want to keep playing the keep away game, I might have to start focusing on getting control of a country that can kick them out. Because if you go to war with a country and win, your faction gets all the control points immediately. You just don't really want to do that if you're fighting a nuclear power, because they'll always resort to nuking you than just losing control. Oh, I'm sorry. I was ran 1 off. North Korea does have 1 barrage as well. Silly me. That's on me. I remembered Israel before I remembered North Korea. Go figure. But, the Illuminati have control of that. And if a nuclear barrage anywhere in the world drives everyone's economies down, so they're the least likely to fire them. Maybe. Alright, still need to get the Academy out of here. But I can't keep spending influence trying to crack down on difficult odds. Is there any way I can boost someone's investigation? Actually, yes, there is. Yeah, I can spend but you don't have enough XP yet. Darn. Alright, well.
Ready for orders.
Gonna give that one more good try then. Ugh, not even 20% odds. I feel like I'm just wasting my time here. You know what? I'll give you 10%. 1
Targeting
in 10.
their center of power.
You,
Ready to go.
you're gonna go across here, and I think I'm gonna want you to start getting control of the North America. Should I start you in Mexico, or should I go ahead and... Oh, you don't have... Go ahead and investigate that
We'll see
crash
what we
down
can
site.
find.
I don't think I can have
At
everyone
your
doing
service.
influence stuff right now. You come over here and start puffing us.
We must persuade the people.
I'm gonna need
Your
a big
orders?
blue slice of that pie before I have a chance of trying to get control of the U.S. But I need to have control of them because I probably need to go to war with Iran. Meanwhile, you... I can't... If I complete our control of any of these countries, it's gonna hurt my influence income. So... I guess I could... You know what? Yeah, go ahead. Do that. I'll have... now that I have control of the UK, I can force them back into the EU.
Heading to the capital.
They are here to cleanse
Ah,
our
here they
soul.
are.
The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
We have encountered the servants. This group has determined that the aliens are of divine origin and has declared itself their heralds and defenders. Surprise, surprise. Their leader is from Southeast United States. Just let that speak for itself. Moving on. I believe that's almost all of them. We haven't encountered Humanity First, though. Yeah, that hasn't happened yet. So we've encountered all of them except Humanity First, which I've already spoiled, you know, purged the Xeno. Let's see. Looks like I'm doing better than even the Academy when it comes to accumulating research, but they have the boost priority. Alright. Well, of course they have boost priority. They're in space. Oh, you know what? How about... Nope. Hold on. Yeah, never mind. Just keep going.
Public sentiment is
Gooseman, thank you for the
increasingly
6-month resub.
Targets got away.
Figured.
Policy direction complete.
Oh, now you can unify. What made the big difference this time? Did I not have control of anything? Well, I definitely want to keep my income, so go ahead and merge with Italy. They're the ones with the most control points.
We found something.
Yeah, and see, with that, I'm back below my soft cap. And now, there is no longer any France. There is only the EU. Alright, do that again.
On my way to the capital.
Reporting in.
You also go to the US.
We'll make our appeal.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, we're going to lose a good portion of the world. This is going to be a Europe front. Go ahead and finish getting control of Kazakhstan.
We'll be running this place in no time.
ready for my mission.
You're going to be doing this a couple more times.
Making our case. We hold no sway in their minds.
The people will come to our side.
Mission complete.
Alright. Federate. Bring the UK in. Haha! Undid Brexit.
Our supporters are in place.
So now that the UK is in the EU, I can't immediately unify with them because every time you positively change relationship with a country, you know, you either no longer have them as a rival or you make them an ally, there's a gap of time before you can improve relations further. Joining a federation counts as an improvement of relations. So the UK is now back in the EU, but they can't unify until the start of next year in game. So, them's the breaks.
What's the op?
Alright, we still have 10 left, so I want you to keep doing that.
Heading to the capital.
Ready.
You keep doing this.
We must persuade the people.
Also, downside
Orders?
of making a conglomerate, a big super state like this, unity takes a nosedive. So actually, if I don't keep an eye on it, the EU can have a lot of unrest. As, surprise, surprise, the French, the Italians, the Germans, the Dutch, the English, when they get in there, even the Germans and the Polands are all going to be arguing with each other, even more than they are now.
Bringing them to our side.
Ready for orders. I will tell our story.
How could one so young, coddled as you are by the modern world, begin to understand what war is? I did what had to be done. Closing your eyes and wishing the monster away only makes you an easier meal. Colonel Hans Castillo, during a war crimes trial.
Yeah, so Humanity First leader there, you can really tell. Living with the certainty that we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds of Living with the uncertainty we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds our outer solar system. We change from observing the cold worlds our outer solar system when it suits some scientific purpose to act. I feel like that sentence is really poorly worded. I want to read it one more time. Living with the certainty we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds our outer solar system in. Either in or of needs to be right here. When it suits some scientific purpose to actively monitoring them as an intelligence gathering operation. Like sentinels on the watchtower, with Earth and space stations constantly in motion, doing so requires an integrated network of sensors and analysts ready to investigate whether a transient blip is a small and simple chunk of nickel and iron on a grand journey through the universe, or an alien spacecraft coasting towards Earth. It looks like they've decided to set up shop on Hamia. Very big shop. More. There we go. Alright, let's do chemical rocketry? Yes, do that one. So those are the immediate techs that give you surveillance of all the solar system. Now I'm going to focus on stuff that makes it easier for us to get stuff from Earth into space. And now that we can see the aliens a bit better, let's take a look at where they are. So like I said at the beginning, Inquisitor Jimmy, it's a lot like it's a lot like a pre-Stellaris, where you're still trying to get a foothold outside your home planet in your home solar system, which is something I don't feel like a lot of games explore. So I like it. All right, so they're over here. When I first saw this, I thought it was a visual bug. Like, why does the image look like a squashed up planet? But it really does just look like a bean. Neat. And here's their space station. Perhaps not the most creative looking, but definitely the most intimidating. I don't like that it actually tells me what these are. I feel like I shouldn't know. Hamia is a comet, if I recall correctly. I wouldn't doubt it the way it's shaped. You feel like you'd have to get pretty close to a star to get kind of sheared off like that. No, actually, what's its orbit? Do you tell me? Did I zoom out far enough? Wow. Oh, so, okay. Pretty elliptical, but doesn't get that close to the sun. Doesn't even get within the orbit of Neptune. Anyway, back to Earth. Oh, Glissman, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm glad you've been enjoying the Among Us archives. I'm sad that most of the team seems to have kind of checked out on that. I actually play a few random games once in a while, but it's just not the same playing with randos. Especially since you have no idea of, like, you really can't play the social aspect of the game when it's like, I don't know any of you. How the hell do you play this game? Alright, why can't I unpause? Oh, because I haven't picked a new project. I keep getting that influence. Actually, I have to spend 300 points on that now. Do ops instead.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Alright, we're starting to get some good
Public
influence in
opinion remains
America. I might make a push for that soon. But I do have to make
Policy
sure
direction complete.
Alright, unify. Benelux. And so as you can see, this
got our
the bigger
people in
that
place.
super state gets, the more control points it gets, up to 6. So eventually I'm gonna have to kick the Academy out of here at some point. Alright, the initial global upheaval in response to alien arrival has calmed somewhat, with various political and economic interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With a sense of emergency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting their authority, and humans are spending more time worrying about each other than about the aliens. In short, our moment to strike quickly is passing. Our counselors report that their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct as they must navigate the old protocols for travel security and international contacts. We can still move forward, and some of our missions will have a greater impact as we spend more time on them, but everything will take longer to accomplish now. So, instead of every week ending in a phase where you can send people out, it's now every 2 weeks.
Ready to go.
Alright, who has the worst amount of influence here? Alright, you. So, Kelsey,
Acknowledged.
you're going to be the one that keeps getting states added to the EU.
Time to make our move.
Standing by.
You, go ahead and defend our interests so no one else can steal our shit.
Making things safe for our people.
Ready for my mission.
You come over here and start trying to get control of the United States. With long odds, I know.
Bringing them on board.
You
What's the op?
keep trying to make them like us.
Making our case.
Securing our interests.
The people will come to our side.
Ah, here we go. Images of obvious alien military ships and structures from the far solar system has dashed hopes worldwide for peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with the aliens Academy are changing their views in light of some of the first hard facts about their arrival. The road ahead is fraught. Roughly half of the control points belonging to the Academy, and only the Academy, suffer the crackdown effect for a year. The Academy suffers a massive loss of public opinion, and all nations' cohesion moves by one towards extreme values. So yeah, no, big fuck off to the Academy. Which makes things easier for us, because now we don't have to worry about cracking them down in France. We can just try and kick them out.
Policy direction complete.
Alpine states. And their position in Germany is even weaker. All the better for us to gobble them up. So if the United States plan
We failed to take
fails...
control.
Wait, Why was your chance 3? I thought I gave you at least 10%. What happened over there? Oh. Oh no! Oh, I fucked myself there. Oh, okay, so fun little detail. All the opinions about the aliens isn't on like a binary extreme value, X and Y. It's kind of more like a graph. A 4-quadrant graph. But the thing is, if you already want to resist the aliens, then if your opinion shifts up to the next extreme, you go to Humanity First's camp. So in trying to court a lot of public opinion, I essentially guaranteed that half of the people that were on my side just got madder and went to Humanity First camp. So I made that harder on myself. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, we'll leave the United States to deal with that mess on its own. You come back over here.
Applying pressure on their people.
Where to? On my way to the capital.
Acknowledged.
Alright, time to get full control of the EU. Wow, really? Sure.
Targeting the opposition.
I hate that it's that hard.
I'm here.
Yeah, the EU is still peaceful. Go ahead and try and purge them there. Wait, what? You're that much better at it? Okay, hold on, come back. Oh, it's just that much harder. Got it.
Targeting the opposition.
They are not life forms.
There we
Or
go.
xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. They and the traitors who support them will face our judgment.
We have encountered Humanity First. This faction has gathered all of Earth's xenophobia into its ranks. Its followers have rallied against the alien arrival without nuance, and they have even threatened humans who support finding a way to communicate with the aliens. So this is very much Warhammer 40k, purge the Xeno, suffer it not to live. One could say they're just Humanity First is just the resistance, but they accept no surrender when it comes to dealing with the aliens or anyone that thinks they can cooperate or even learn from the aliens. So pretty much everyone on Earth is on their all the other factions on Earth are on their shit list except for maybe the Resistance, in the sense that we are just not willing to go as far as they do. No, I do not believe their leaders from the U.S. I think the Resistance leader and the Servants leader are from the U.S. This guy is from somewhere in South America. I'm not entirely sure. Wait, does it actually say anywhere? Born near Tres Arroyos, Argentina. So he's from Argentina. Ricky's Spanish. Ricky's Spanish. She's from Mississippi. Actually, I forgot this whole thing was here. Every time Humanity First pops up now, I just want to say, Ricky's Spanish. Faster. And Germany has started a spaceflight program, just in time for it to get lumped into the ESA.
Targets lost.
Oh, that's not good.
Mission complete.
They're invading Kyiv now. Not looking good for
Our
Ukraine.
associates were unable to take control.
Damn.
Our enemies are still in control.
I might have to keep throwing these guys at purging the academy just so I can get a central EU going. Because I'm not going to get a better chance to get control than when they're suffering this crackdown.
Ready for my mission.
And loss of opinion.
Reporting in.
Okay, wait. Are you any better at
Your
getting
orders?
France?
Where to?
No, in fact, you're worse. Yeah, keep trying over here then.
We're taking power.
Standing by for orders. Going after their people.
Ready.
Go find
Go
out what's
recon
going on in
site.
Belarus.
I'm here.
Ugh.
Terminating the
I'm
opposition.
spending all of my influence on that. Oh, and I just blew a good chance. I could have bought another counselor with that influence. Instead, I focused on that. Oh well.
With each passing day, humanity shatters the boundaries of the possible. It is our certain destiny to move mountains at the touch of a button. We need only the will to do so. And your generous investment, of course. Chairman Soren van Wyk, opening remarks during Western Armory's annual earnings call.
To meet the alien arrival in Khan, we require a paradigm shift in our own technology. We must reach the stars, both so that they can become a staging ground for the advancement and defense of humanity, and so that we can tap their remarkable resources for ourselves. In addition, to counter the advanced weapons our rivals might wield against us, we would require bleeding-edge armaments of our own. Our scientists believe the best way forward is via magnetics on a hitherto unprecedented scale. Their tests have successfully demonstrated that precise sequential firing of a row of powerful electromagnetics can grant incredible acceleration to a moving object. In time, they believe we'll be able to apply this to a handheld weapons projectile to rapidly catapult resources from deep space to our facilities, or to build spacecraft capable of boosting their propulsion to reach once impossible speeds and destinations. Furthermore, they theorize that powerful magnetic fields may be used to contain new and unstable forms of energy. Hint, hint. These latest advancements are but a gateway to a brighter future. We cannot yet wholly dispense with the old ways of propulsion, transport, and containment, but certainly a reality where we can dramatically augment them with a magnetic force within reach. The doorway to tomorrow yawns open before us. But alas, I did not invest the most in it, so I did not get to choose the next one.
We lost their trail.
Ah, come on! And the Academy pulled out of the EU. God damn it. That's gonna make it harder to pull them in. You know the worst bit? EU has a claim on Germany. So it could declare war and invade to take it over. But Germany still has a lot of allies that aren't under EU control, under my control. So, well, I mean, the worst thing is declaring war on them would have the United States declare war on me. Or rather, I wouldn't be able to declare war on them without ending my alliance with the United States to begin with. So that's a long, complicated process. So the fact that they pulled out means that the easiest way to unify Germany with the EU is now closed to me. Which is fucking frustrating. But I guess that's a logical
Recon complete.
recourse. If you were in control of the Academy, you would probably want to pull out just so I would have less incentive to take over. But that ain't gonna stop me.
The opposition remains in power.
Come on, you were so close with that one.
The opposition remains in power.
You guys are really blowing this. You know what? Let's spend some time marketing ourselves.
I will try to sway the public.
Standing by for orders.
Your orders?
Because the thing is, when humanity first got their big boost, I lost a lot. So
I will tell our story.
if people like me a bit more, they may be willing to come into the fold. I guess in the meantime, we can keep gobbling up the other countries here. Go ahead and get Sweden.
Bringing them on board.
What's the op?
You keep purging. Okay, these are actually good odds. Do it.
Removing our enemies.
Sorry, you're gonna hear that for a sec. I'm messing with a straw. Frickin' ice. Fine. Be that way. I'll just be
The
thirsty.
people will come to our side.
We're taking over.
Our enemies are still in control.
Oh, come on. Even with the 65%. That's probably an academy agent right there, too. Hold on. Investigate that person.
Tracking target.
Where to?
Keep puffing.
I'm here.
You grab Norway.
Establishing our presence.
Where to?
Keep puffing.
Making our case.
Alright, I have 100 influence. I can get a great counselor right now. Maybe. Alright, let's see. We have a celebrity. Which would have been good for getting countries on my side, but that ship's kind of sailed a bit. A good portion of the world's already been claimed. I guess I could still want them for getting the United States on my side. But then I might want to go with this Evangelicus. Evangelist. Evangelist. Celebrity is probably a better call for income. Plus, you're a better evangelist over here. I don't like that the stats other than persuasion kind of suck. Hoping for someone with a bit better. Oh, this one's okay. This, aside from the nothing science, this guy's actually pretty good. Just not a lot of income, which I think is a bit problematic. I do like that he has some good administration, because administration is the stat that determines how many organizations you can equip. But then again, this guy has some too. So does she. I'm going to go ahead and settle for this guy. Oh, and the rest of them can level up. Administration. All right.
Where do you need me?
Acknowledged.
I need you to start fighting back against humanity first here.
Making our case.
Yeah, so unless you have a counselor with a certain trait, they all have a parent loyalty, which means you actually need to use one of your counselors to investigate the other ones. There is a mission called Investigate. Oh yeah, you saw me use it. Yeah, the judge has it. Yeah, you can investigate your own counselors to find out what their loyalty is, and depending on how high or low it is, that determines a number of factors, one of them being how easy it is for other factions to turn your counselors and make them kind of double agents working in these two slots.
Opposition abort.
Ah, they ran off.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Public opinion is moving in our
Ah,
direction.
crap, they locked down the
Our
executives.
cause is unjustified to them.
Really? You failed at that? Come on, Daniel. Come on, Daniel.
Our presence is growing.
Alright. How's our cap looking? Alright, it's actually... We merged maybe too many too fast there. How good you are cracking... No, you have almost no investigation. I don't think you're good at cracking down anything. I mean, the only reason I want to control Pakistan is for influence in India and to stop the servants from getting a nuclear country. And the hope of getting in control of Iran. Don't want to waste all my influence on a Hail Mary there. Oh, hello. This costs money, but a good influence income. And you get the Inspire, which means you'd be able to buff loyalty. Yeah, you know what? You go ahead and take that. It cost me all my influence, but...
What's the up?
Did you just say, what's the up? Yeah, go ahead and do that
Removing our
futile
enemies.
purge there. That's what you get for that.
Terminating the opposition.
What's the op?
Hey, stop that! All of you just stop with that. I don't like it.
I will try to sway the public.
Right,
Ready
keep
for my
working
mission.
in here.
Ready to go.
Alright, how's the EU stability going? It's going... the unrest is going up, but it's still peaceful, so I'm gonna leave that as is. You know what? Yeah, it's not
Establishing
costing me
control.
anything but an opportunity for you to do something else. Go ahead and try India. And I forgot to grab Singapore again, and yeah, humanity first got it. Got it.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Military science and information science. And actually, no, social science is better. So these are different. The labs I'm researching here are different facilities you can put in orbit, and if they're in orbit of Earth, they give you a special bonus to your different counselor missions, depending on what kind of lab they are. Like social science helps out with that public campaign mission, so it's easier for you to broadcast the good intentions of your faction.
The opposition remains in power.
Ah, damn it.
Our associates were unable to take control.
Oh, that almost worked.
We were unable to establish control.
That one was a given. Oh, but shit, the servants are getting control of it. That's not good. I don't want to spend all my influence doing that. No, focus on Europe. It's not good if the servants get full control of India, but I can't stop them right now.
Targeting the opposition.
Ready for orders. Removing our enemies.
Ready for orders. We'll make our appeal.
Your orders? We'll make our appeal.
Ready for orders.
Keep the unification train coming.
Heading to the capital.
Alright, I've been at this for almost 2 hours, so I'm going to let this run at a bit of a slower click. And everyone just get up and stretch for a little bit. I've been sitting here for too long.
There are two types of people in this world. Those who think only of home, and those who think only of leaving home. Director Khalid Al-Ashgar, Archival Online Dating Profile.
Alright, that was a good stretch of the legs, and it looks like some tech got done. Alright. While we have long been able to provide a few months of off-world comfort to a small handful of highly trained astronauts, the time has come to strive for something longer term, and even indefinite. Our newly developed first-generation outpost habitats are the product of engineering built on decades of experience in the most hostile corners of the Earth. Ugh, got an eyelash in my eye, what fun. A far cry from our earliest ventures, which were exclusively designed for scientific research, this new breed of space station is built for versatility to provide off-world homes for dozens of souls, and from more walks of life than astronaut and engineer. Aside from essential life support and power functionality, the outposts are designed with a space future in mind. Each outpost, already a marvel in its own right, is capable of being further customized depending on each one's specific mission requirements. Alright, so with that tech, now we can do mission to Mars or mission to the moon, which is a bit jumping the gun, but I'm excited about it, so I'll go ahead and show you. So, as you remember, this is our whole play space, the solar system, but right now, the techs we're looking at either let us go all the way to here, or, a bit more cheaply, all the way to here. And so what that allows us to do is not only build more space stations like these two in the orbit of the moon or Mars, but also set down on one of these sites on the moon or Mars, depending on which tech gets researched. So those, I believe, the Mission 2X techs are the only techs that don't actually give you projects to exploit on your own. Once they're researched, the gate opens for you to start sending shit to the planet you just researched. So for mission to the moon, we can send a probe here to find out the exact numbers of what resources are where on these 9 different sites. And then once we find out what we want, we can spend the boost, or if we have resources, which we won't when we have it researched, but if we did, we could build them in space, which means we send an outpost hab over here, claim one of the sites, and then start building out. Yeah, I can't look at any of the sites because there's no hab there. Does this game have Lagrange points? Yes, it does. Yeah, you see the Earth-Moon. You have a couple of Lagrange points in the Earth-Moon system. Here, the Earth-Sun systems. Here, the other ones. So there is a caveat for that. I didn't show this off, but you can actually shrink the number of space objects on the map. I think this is the max size. Like, there's about 300 or 250 objects in the play space, including the Lagrange points. If you take that down to like minimum or light, a lot of the Lagrange points get deleted. I think the Earth-Moon system keeps a few. but like the ones
We're winning their hearts and minds.
the ones from Mars, Mercury, Venus, those go away. So they don't always exist if you choose to shrink the number of habitable spaces. And what you do is once you have the right research, you can build a space station out here, and there's usually only one orbit you can occupy, so it's first come, first serve. Unlike, say, Earth, which has, let's see, don't count these two because they're already occupied by the stations that sit in them, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different orbits, all of which can have 8 space stations orbiting them. So if you're building a platform, you're probably building it around Earth, but you can build one around the moon, one around the Lagrange points, and then, you know, let's take a look at Jupiter. Let's see, because the whole thing, you saw the Earth-Moon system. Here's the Jovian system. It goes all the way out to Carme. But yeah, you have the Jovian moons, I guess the Galilean moons, and then you have these rocks.
Policy direction complete.
Alright, unification with Sweden. Denmark, you're next. But Sweden's been waiting. I would say I wouldn't... It is a grand strategy, similar in the sense of Stellaris, but I think Stellaris has much more big, abstract concepts than this. This is very much crunch-heavy, especially in the sense of, like, all of this stuff going towards how the nation develops over the course of the game. Like, look, hold on. The game even simulates pollution in the environment. You have atmospheric carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and stratospheric aerosols, which are there for none. So it's very much rules heavy. Though in its defense, a lot of it is background stuff. You don't have to know every single thing. But you'd have to keep in mind that there are some investment priorities here that do not benefit the world very well. Like, for example, spoils. Spoils is a great way to pump money out of the nations you control, but it also is heavy in pollution. So if you had a large amount of the country under your control and maxed out spoils, you'd be effing rich. Like, the initiative is probably really...
We've removed some threats.
Perfect. We're getting more control of Germany. Like, the initiative is probably really investing in spoils, because it gives them a lot of money, but the Earth does not fare well. But in the 7 years you get, you don't really get to see the longer effects of pollution, unless you start going nuke crazy. Goose man, thank you for the 100 bits. I've been seeing you dropping 100 bits here and there. Thank you for all of them. I just sometimes I don't look and see the message that comes with the bits.
We've removed some threats.
Okay, alright, good, great, awesome. So it's just this one little thing. It's the executive of Germany now. Okay, Academy, I don't like what you're doing here. Stop turning towards Russia. You gotta stop it. It's not a good take.
Where to? Bringing them to our side.
Standing by for orders.
Alright, unrest is starting to go up a bit, so why don't you work on that?
We'll restore peace to this nation.
Your orders.
Unfortunately, they defended their executive control, which is problematic because that means they can move themselves further away from the EU. Yeah, like have to spend all my influence for a 4% chance. Hate that. Well, I might as well spend some time further unifying the EU
Heading
then.
to the capital.
At your service.
Except for you. I want you to start taking control of something. Not... almost 20% if I spend all of my influence, but... yeah, no chance of hope in there. That's slightly better. Do that.
Putting our people in place.
I'm here.
I hate the idea that the XCOM coalition in this game is just going to be Western countries plus Kazakhstan. But you make do with what you got.
Time to make our move.
In each of us, embers glow. Through meditation, prayer, and togetherness, these dim sparks will blossom into the roaring flames they were meant to be. Superior Judith Howe, Burn Brighter, Self-Improvement Course.
That's right. The leader of the alien cult has a self-improvement course. In the middle of the 20th century and right up to the present day, rocketry has relied on old-fashioned chemical combustion. Fuel and oxidizer are mixed and ignited within a combustion chamber, creating a propellant that is then expelled to generate thrust. A tried and tested method, one which remains as fundamental now as it did decades ago. However, we can improve our existing designs to be far more fuel efficient and significantly safer by using lighter materials and refining our propellants to become more stable. This classical method of propulsion can take us across greater distances at lower costs. So here's the thing. There's a lot of good stuff in this gullible tech. That's why I picked it. Like, all of these projects can really help you get stuff into space a bit better. But you really don't want to build a ship with any of the rocket tech in here. It's just there's a side benefit that the rocket tech also decreases your boost cost. So we're still a bit far away from putting a ship up there, but we can. But now that we have some good boost income, and once we research a couple of these, we can actually start building a couple of space stations, which I will not deprive you of. I figure, at the very least, even if I can't give you the full 7 years, it takes you 12 hours to play through the 7 years. I know, I've done it. I can at least show you, colonizing the moon, colonizing Mars, maybe, hopefully blowing up an alien ship. Depends on the luck of the draw. Let's see. I'd rather us not start taking colonization missions until we can actually exploit the places we get to. So I'm going to start taking us down the space mining tech. All right, keep pushing for that. Oh, and yeah, so here you can see kind of where the goals of the different organizations are. When it involves getting us to space, Project Exodus, the Academy, Humanity First, a little bit, really care. Nothing from the other three. They do not care. Initiative, no. Protectorate doesn't care. Service definitely probably don't even want us leaving Earth. They can help it. So Terra, since you're a bit new here, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but XCOM isn't a nation. XCOM is a supranational cabal, essentially Illuminati. A part of the early part of the game is getting control of different countries. Like, for example, I have control of the EU, which is now turned into a super state. The UK, because Charles is in charge, and I feel like making that joke a few times. Kazakhstan, because it has this Cosmodrome here, and that's nice to take control of. And maybe the United States, if they start playing nice with this judge here. Mainly because I want to take over Iran and kick the servants out so they don't build nukes. But that's a long story.
Violence is abating.
In case anyone is wondering, since I probably don't have the stamina to play all the way to 2029, I'll probably think about stopping in about at 3 hours tops. Because that's when Critical Role's on. And also, that's probably when I feel like taking a nap after sitting here for so long. Because this is I really, like, I'm sure some people that come see me just sit here, watch the world revolve, and figure what the hell's the point. I really do like this game. I like the idea of kind of playing this shadow war on Earth while also managing an interplanetary war. And the demo just gives you enough of a taste of that second bit to keep you coming back, even if it doesn't have a save function. Alright, unify with Ireland. They've waited long enough. Sorry, Denmark. You're next one on the list, Denmark. Welcome. Alright, now when the UK finally feels like playing ball in January of next year, I'll bring them in too.
gain significance.
But I really got to get control over Germany. I do not want them allying with Russia.
We were unable to establish control.
Oh, that one was actually pretty close, too. Alright, how's my... Can I get any new orgs? No, I don't want the Harani Fund. It doesn't give me anything good. Alright.
Standing by.
Maybe I should have someone join you.
Ready for my mission.
Really? It's 5% on that? I have over 100 influence. I could spend 64, but I feel like for just 30%, that's not good enough odds. Why don't you... Does anyone have better... No, you're the one with the best investigation. Go ahead and do it.
Turning up the heat.
Roll those dice.
Ready.
Take a chance. You... Go here. I want Norway in the EU.
Heading to the capital.
What's the op?
You defend the UK.
Making things safe for our people.
Where do you need me?
You come over here. Oh wait. Yeah, no. Come over here and public campaign.
We must persuade the people.
Your orders?
Try again. Ugh. This time with only pretty much 10% chance. I feel like you're better spent elsewhere. Even worse odds. No hope of that either. 1%, of course. Turkey could get control of Turkey. It's moderately wealthy. It's not a bad country to take. The problem is I just can't lump it into the EU. Though it does get all the benefits of the NATO alliance here. You know what? Since I'm turning the EU superstate, I do have a lot of space for extra nations. Go ahead, take control of Turkey. Turkey gets a brand new Turkey.
Establishing our presence.
Protecting our interests.
Another UFO crashed down. That must be terrible drivers. Mom's last years were a blur of doctors and treatments. By that point, every movement was painful. The one thing she loved was her aquatic therapy. Whenever I was home on leave, I'd take her to the pool for hours. Weightless, smiling, free. Commander Fiona Hyode, the Resistance. Response to SIS psychological evaluation question. What gives you strength in difficult times? The old rules of aerospace cease to be when there is less aero and more space. Craft built for the purpose of traveling, transporting, and fighting in space have greater allowance for design versatility when friction and drag are no longer an issue. Materials can be more dense and designs can be more utilitarian. That does mean, however, that ships built for space must be built in space, at least if they're to avoid time-consuming and costly haulage from Earth, not to mention finding room for the colossal factories. Once the sizable initial investment is complete, orbital shipyards can provide an essential anchorage from which commerce, construction, and combat vessels alike will be born. Yeah, so this is the start of space building. If you ever watched The Expanse, the ships look a lot like that. Essentially mobile skyscrapers than anything you'd see in Star Wars. Which is believable in the sense that if you're best trying to simulate gravity, you can get far enough to where your acceleration becomes your up and down. Good enough for the body. Yes, we have seen the news. That's why I'm in control of the UK now.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
They slipped away from us.
1 in 4 chance and you fucked it up.
Policy direction complete.
Alright, federate with Norway. And now the aliens are abducting people. Oh boy.
We're taking over.
Except for Turkey. Turkey gets a brand new turkey, and I have control of that turkey. I don't know why, but that's always catchy to me. Alright, keep taking control of Turkey.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Ready to go.
You go check out the abduction. Yeah, go over there.
We'll see what we can find.
At your service.
You even less of a chance. No. I really should start fighting for India, though. I do not want the servers to get full control of it. Fortunately... Oh, they got full control of Pakistan. Crap. Well, there goes the goal of making sure the cultists don't have nukes. Now they got 2 of them. They might get 2 more. Probably just means getting the United States on my side is even more important now. I can spend 32.
Taking control.
Where do you need me?
I need you... Yeah, go ahead, work on that for a little bit.
We'll turn down the heat.
Ready to go. Taking control.
Order is returning.
Good. I would like for there to be order in the EU. And now they're abducting people in Turkey. Dear, oh dear.
Recon complete.
We have completed the investigate alien abductions. Our counselor has investigated some of these reported abductions, interviewing residents and local authorities. The local government continues to deny that anything has happened, and in fact has done its best to actively hinder us. But we have no proof of yet. We suspect that other organizations are pulling strings to block our investigations. Despite the obstacles, our counselor... Wait, servants? Really? Our counselor has confirmed that a small but statistically significant number of people and animals have gone missing in the area since the alien crash landing. This is disturbing news. Many among our faction had clung to the hope that despite their secrecy, the intentions of the aliens towards our species might be benevolent, or at least neutral. These apparent abductions leave little chance of that. What is their purpose? All evidence suggests that the aliens are abducting human subjects, but why? Are they trying to communicate, studying us, hunting us? Or do they have some other purpose? Something so truly alien that is wholly beyond our understanding? We have many questions and few answers. For now, all we have to go on is the abductions themselves. Our analysts have proposed a more detailed study of the abduction data in hope of discovering some patterns or avenues of research. Like that.
We've got our people in place.
Good, keep working on that.
We still lack support.
Well, you keep working on that.
We were unable to establish control.
You're disappointing me, Daniel. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Acknowledged.
Valerie. Barely needs a boost to take over Turkey. Which is an easier country to take over, I will admit.
Where do you need me?
Keep working on the US, I guess. Ugh.
Establishing our presence.
At your service. Taking control.
If 3 people do it
orders.
with a 20% chance of success, you would think at least one of them would do it, but I guess you'd have to throw 5 people at the problem.
Bringing them on board.
And even then they could all fail. Jaffadul, thank you for the raid.
We laud the Romans for assimilating, rather than exterminating other nations. But we should not forget that their siege weapons were terrible things to behold. History is littered with accounts of opponents simply surrendering as they watched Roman catapults approaching their walls. Colonel Hans Castillo, guest lecture to officer candidates.
No matter the technological advancements we might yet make, our ability to voyage through the stars will be inherently limited by what the human body can endure. Mind resources are not, however, at risk of liquefied internal organs during high-speed space transit. Mass drivers employ electromagnetic acceleration to essentially hurl unmanned cargo through space at breathtaking speeds, charging and then firing at their payloads in the manner of a catapult. Albeit one fueled by vast amounts of electricity and capable of firing its shots across millions of kilometers. While mass drivers are not a new concept, our latest breakthroughs enable us to instantly feed them far greater quantities of energy than ever before, thus enabling the rapid long-distance transport of exponentially greater masses. The most immediate practical application of mass drivers is to ferry essential and precious materials mined from asteroids and other heavenly bodies back to Earth with a minimum of delay. This technology will bring about a sea change in our ability to replenish and grow our local resource stores. However, further research should be able to refine and even miniaturize the concepts behind mass drivers in the hopes of integrating them into weapons capable of a truly devastating punch. So this is how the game kind of hand waves resources, because you don't have to really worry about too much of a logistics train, except for the fuel for your ships. Once something has been mined, it's added to your resource pool, and that's accessible anywhere in the solar system. So whether or not that's a good thing, I'll leave up to you. But I do appreciate that I don't have to manage fleets of logistics vessels just trying to make sure everything's supplied. That makes the game a bit too crunchy. No, maybe you might get your kicks out of that, and I wouldn't fault you for it. Let's see. What's a good tech to follow that up with? I do want to get to atomic manipulation, because that's when you get your real interplanetary engines. But then again, augmented reality does lead to other stuff. Let's do that one first.
Here's what we found.
Our presence is growing.
Alright, lock down Turkey.
We've gained significant support.
Hey, we got a foothold in the US of A. What fun.
We failed to take control.
Well.
We're taking over.
Alright, 2 for 3. Got it. That's great. Just gotta be careful that now I'm above my mission caps. I'm gonna start losing influence income.
Ready.
Go ahead and cap off control of Turkey. Didn't I tell someone to investigate these abductions?
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Where do you need
You
me?
guess what you're doing? You're investigating that now.
Investigating alien site.
Don't want those crazy lights over Istanbul.
We must persuade the people.
Reporting in. On my way to the capital.
Where to?
Yeah, take your 5% chance at that.
Targeting their key people.
That may be a waste of time, but why not? I'm gonna keep knocking on that door. When does that expire? September of 2023. Okay. I don't need to look at the armies anymore. And Russia has conquered Ukraine. Exodus kicked out. Academy controls all. What fun.
The people will come to our side.
Can't exactly say I'm happy that that happened, but then again, I'd rather see the Academy in control of Russia than the servants.
Targets lost.
Okay, yeah, I figured. No big deal, Mujat.
Mission complete.
I hate that there's that massive hole that is Academy Germany.
Recon complete.
We've gained significant support.
I have the brand new turkey. Alright. So now that I have control of a few countries, I think I might as well go into this boost priority system over here. So, for every control point you have in a country, you'd have some control over how it's, essentially its entire economy is allocated. And depending on the allocation, these different numbers go up. If they go up, certain things happen, etc., etc. Generally, if the economy goes up, the nation is more productive, and you get more money out of it. If welfare goes up, the unrest goes down, and I believe you have kind of this inequality also go down, which means kind of feeds into unrest. Knowledge pays into research. Unity also goes into cohesion, which goes into unrest. Military, this focuses on the mil-tech level of the country. Essentially, the higher this value up here, the better your army is at fighting. I think the highest is the United States. The United States is at least very up there with 4.6. Every time it goes up one whole number, you enter a new age. And all your little tanks get a nice redesign. So, like, this is the Information Age tank. Kind of reminds you of an Abrams or a Challenger kind of tank. If you go over here to Russia, they're still in the Atomic Age. And their tanks look like the kind of T-70, T-90 series. It's hard to tell from a bird's eye view, but I can't tilt the camera. North Korea is still actually in the Industrial Age, Tech Level 2. So they get, okay, hold on, let the sun hit it a bit better than that. Yeah, you can see a little comparison here, because here's the Information Age tank from the US. And here, the Initiative has such an ugly color. Yeah, here's like the little late World War II tank that North Korea gets. So, like, if there ever was a war between North and South Korea, I could roll my tank in there and pretty much easily take this out, assuming North Korea didn't do a sacrifice play with its nuke. Where was I? Spoils, like I said earlier, is you just immediately pumping money out of the country. This is red because actually it feeds into unrest if it's not at a certain level. And essentially, the more corrupt a country is, the higher you need to make the spoils to make this not feed into unrest. So the fact that I'm keeping it low means this has a higher baseline that I'll need to keep fighting against. If I pumped it up, this may go down, but the country pollutes more. And if you want to play a long game, keeping spoils high is a bad call. Since I only have 7 years, I could probably afford to keep it high, but I don't want to. I want to play more like I would if I was actually playing a full game. Funding is another way for you to get money out of the country without polluting it. Funding kind of feeds into the space flight and other kind of boost related stuff, but also pays you directly, just at a much lower percentage than if you pumped into spoils. Spaceflight program is how you get your country to initially start building boost related facilities. Turkey doesn't have anything, so it's currently trying to put money into it because I've told it to, thanks to my default economic thing. But for example, France, which already has a spaceflight program, splits that up between boost, which goes in here, and mission control, which goes into my cap of colonies. Build army, pretty self-explanatory. When that number reaches 60, another army gets plopped out. Something I don't really care much about, so I'm actually going to turn all that off. Nuclear weapons, same thing. Pump that up. Your country builds it. If your country doesn't have any nukes, it's 80. And when you get there, your country gets its first nuke. If your country already has nukes, you only have to get it to 25 and just get another number. So this becomes a 4. You also have build navy, which you don't have because you already have all navies. Yeah, so and then like I said earlier, if you build a navy, one of your armies gets that little anchor attached to it and they can traverse over water. And that's pretty much all of them. So what I want to do for the EU is I want to keep it focused pretty much on resistance, but take out the build army because at the moment that doesn't matter. It's at least going to get 2 of them when I bring the UK into the fold. Spoils, I'm going to keep it at 6. So it's actually, this is going to have to be 18% for this to go away, but I'm not going to do that. Military, your Miltech value is actually going down. I definitely don't want you to get to the atomic age, so I'm going to keep that at 3. So I think the only thing I'm going to do is cut down on funding, which means I'm actually getting less money out of the country. But I'm still going to go for like a sustainable planetary base. This I'm going to try. So this is a bit annoying. It gives you a lot of like default options for the priority spread, but once you get past like digitization or maybe reactionary, I have no idea what any of these do. So you have to click on each individual one to see what they do. Like for example, communist. I think that would put a lot of stuff in welfare and spoils. Nope. It puts a lot into military and spoils, which I guess I should have seen coming. So you kind of have to guess based on your knowledge of the economic system being listed here. I don't know enough to do it, so I'm actually going to go for digitization and then just, yeah, leave it at that. Maybe put some stuff in welfare there. Because eventually it's going to join the EU and then just get this. Sweden, yeah, I don't want the countries that are being brought into the EU to focus too much on a spaceflight program. I'd rather them just focus on making sure their economies are stable. So yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that. Like, I don't want you doing anything for this. No, go away. Yeah, that's fine, leave it there. Turkey has an army, so I don't think I want to bother with having it build another. But I think I'll keep everything else the same. Kazakhstan, I need it to keep focusing on boost, but you can ignore the mission control. I don't need you to build an army. Funding can go down. Spoils leave the same. Miltech, same problem. Welfare can go up. And a bit of a problem is the Academy is actually getting a good share of this because I should probably pull Kazakhstan out of the Eurasian Union because the Academy is probably getting about as much out of Kazakhstan as I am. Yeah, right here. This is the amount of the money. This is the amount of boost the country makes. This is how much I get. This is how much gets given to the EU for pretty much only the Academy to use. Oh, and the servant's got another control point on India. I really got to start fighting for India. Because the easiest way to get to flip control points outside of counter missions is to go to war. But if the country already has nukes, it will resort to using them as a matter of defense. So if I try to invade India, well, even if the servants don't have this final point, it will probably launch its nukes at me to keep me from taking over. And you know what? We have 10 boost. It's not the best use of it, but I think I'm going to go ahead and launch a HAB, just so you guys can see what it looks like. All right, so we select the Earth, we pick found platform, you get the different orbits you can put a station at. Why would you want to put a station at different orbits? Well, different things apply. So if you do the closest orbit to a planet is its interface orbit, which means if you have stuff that affects the planet it's orbiting around, mainly the different lab modules, you need to put it in the interface orbit. If you place it in higher orbits, that's going to be a bit easier for ships trying to move in or out of the planet's orbit because you don't need as much acceleration to escape the planet's gravity well. For example, if I picked the extreme Earth orbit, I only need to spend not even 0.1 force or acceleration to escape Earth's gravity. Meanwhile, if I built something in low Earth orbit, it needs a lot more, and it most likely, any ship I make early on would not be able to escape from low Earth orbit on its own. The aliens, of course, with their advanced spaceflight technology, have a lot of Delta V, which is how the game measures fuel, to get in and out of Earth orbit whenever they want. I'm going to go with low Earth orbit, because I want to build some labs to help me with some of my social science. And now that I have that hab built, you can see it on this menu. Fuel house station. I'm going to call this Fireside Station. It's going to help me with my fireside chats with the people. And I'm going to give it a nice symbol so I know what it's for. And then I can build these different modules on it. Let's see. The social science lab only needs 3 power to work. The solar collector produces 10. So I can put 1 solar collector here. Build on Earth. And then surround it in social science labs. So not only will these give me a boost to my research, because they're in interface orbit, they add +1 to my public campaign missions. But they do cost my boost income is going to slightly drop, as now some of my boost has to be spent supplying that space station.
Time to make our move.
I'm here.
Ooh, Air Force Research. Ooh, that's a lot of good science boosts. That definitely should go to somebody. But it costs a lot of money. It's going to hurt my income a lot. Why don't you hold on to it? Yeah, minus 64. That's pretty big.
Securing our control.
At your service. We must persuade the people.
Standing by. We'll be running this place.
Yeah, it's probably a waste of influence
What's the
on
op?
something that had such poor odds. Go throw yourself at, yeah, just go throw yourself at India to see if you can't stop them
We'll
from
be
taking
running this
over.
place in no time.
The problem is, if the servants take control of India, they'll probably take control of China, and that's a big issue. Especially if I can't crack Germany and get a nice EU going. Because the benefit about getting a fully united EU is that it becomes a pretty powerful economic powerhouse. It ends up being the 3rd richest country. And if you unite all of Europe, like if every single nation that's in the EU joins the unified superstate, it ends up being the strongest economy. If you can keep the unrest down of everyone arguing in different languages.
Making things safe for our people.
Alright, one more. Speed it up. Chop chop game. Chop chop.
Our case remains unheard.
Guys, you gotta hit the talk
Policy
show
direction
circuit.
complete.
Alright, leave the Federation. Not giving you my boost anymore, Russia. Build your own shit. And the Pope favors Project Exodus. Pope, you traitor! I've done so much for you. I took control of India. I mean, India. Italy. Oh, jeez. That was bad. Oh, God, yeah. All the Catholics. Now they all like leaving. Guys, do you really think the rich people are going to let you on your spaceship? You're not getting into the kingdom of heaven that way.
Failed to take control.
We still lack support.
Okay. Oh, man, this one's actually close. Just 3% off the success. And the servants get an even wider lead. This is my last chance. If I don't take this, then the servants have India on lock. Which means they'll eventually take it over. Who has the best persuasion?
Where to?
I'm here.
You have even worse chance than she does. Fine.
Bringing them on board.
Standing by for orders.
No. Oh, wait, whoa. They're at civil war? Okay, then screw trying to get control.
What's the op?
Try to coup. No, there's still too many people for something like that. Then let's increase unrest. If we can get it to 10, I think we force a coup d'etat.
Standing by.
Alright, you come here. Come here. You're going to India. I don't care if it's 1% chance. You're gonna effing try. It's already on the way up.
Standing by. We'll bring this nation to our side.
What's the ob? We'll be running this place.
I hope they're saying what's the op, but I don't think I can be that hopeful. 1 in 100 shot. Go for it.
Up the heat.
The thing is, I think if I kept Italy independent and had full control over it, if that event happened, the Pope would have been in my favor. But because I unified it, I lost that control point that was control of religion.
Targets lost.
Yeah, I figured. Again, very close though. You know, I will say the servants, I think, have the best look of the different army tiles. They get this nice, cool black slate look compared to, like, say, the initiative's orange, or the academy's green, verdant green, I guess, emerald. I'm okay with the resistance's, like, white. I think the protectorate has a better kind of like white camo, almost like a white digital camo. Where is it? Do they have a country with an army in it? I don't think so. Nope. Oh, thank you for the 63-month resub.
Mission canceled.
Uh-oh. Wait, why? Wait, I thought I still had you trying to take control? Well, that was a waste. Hey, space station's done. Let's take a look at it. So, if you don't like asymmetry, sorry. Actually, it's only the social science lab that can work off 3 power. The other ones need about 5. So you usually have to do like 2 solar collectors and then 2 labs. But hey, you can do this. Cool. Let's get like a good angle here. Come on. Yeah, see, I hate this. Really, I wish they had something like Crusader Kings where it's just another window over here that showed the different events instead of just letting it run all the way down the page. There we go. That looks good. Whee! And while we appreciate that, let's take another quick minute to stretch a bit. Hasn't been a full 2 hours. It's actually only been about 40 minutes, but I just feel like stretching my legs. Alright, stretch. Good stretch. Oh, and Kami Xantar, thank you for the 41-month resub. So the one thing that's a total nitpick that the game is just fine without, I would like if there was a certain distance where a lot of the background stuff here would just go away. Like if I'm trying to get this glamour shot of a space station orbiting Earth, I don't want this over here. Because I could do this, but it is, if I wasn't like over a continent or anything, it wouldn't look that good. But oh well. We can't have everything we want in life. But we can. Sorry, a lot of misclicks there. May go really fast.
We were unable to establish control.
Well, that's disappointing.
We were unable to establish control.
Well, I figured they would do that. Ooh, that actually means they might invade. That would be problematic. Ally with the EU. And why not? Turkey too. There. That might give them pause from just invading me. Because the thing is, since they control the Federation, and the Federation still has a claim on those regions, they can just invade me and take Kazakhstan over by force. Like they did with Ukraine. More topical comments on that aside. Alright, yeah, protect the EU.
Securing our interests?
At your service.
It is September, which means this defend interest is actually going to go away soon. But I'm going to go ahead and defend my interests.
Ready for orders.
When does this go away? Is it the end of the month? Yeah, last day of the month, so there'll be one more phase before that. You know, they put a lot of investment into Unity, so that I don't think that Civil War is going to stay up there for long. If I could really compel a coup d'etat, I would. But I don't think anyone's ready to crack that nut. Why not? Flood the place with some marketing, see if we can get them to like us. As for you, guess we could send you to America. Okay, not bad odds. It cost me nearly all of my influence.
Putting our people in place.
Ready.
Find out more about this guy.
We'll see what they're up to.
Securing our control.
Good for you.
Making things safe for our people.
Great. Alright, space tugs are down. Let's do... Yeah, no, I definitely want this. Interplanetary chemical rockets. Which just feels like oxymoron. Like an oxymoron. The amount of stuff you have to bring up to burn feels like that would never work. Stabilized hydrogen fuel offers heretofore impossible efficiency in chemical rockets. Yeah, but... Really?
I have new information.
But then again, am I a rocket scientist? Far from it. I had the choice of going into engineering. I went into law.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Damn. Oh, UFO in Brazil. So, there's actually, because the thing is, because we can only get so far in the game, there's still a lot of speculation as to just how the aliens work. It's hinted that they might have a system similar to the other human factions in that every time a ship crash lands, it's putting in an agent on Earth, who then starts fucking around. But hey, got more control over America. Probes would be good. I like to beat people to the places. What about the other place? Let's put a little bit less investment in here. Okay, now we want to start putting the screws onto Germany.
Reporting in.
how much influence I want to spend on this, though. That's definitely too much. Let's try that.
Turning up the heat.
Where do you need me? Going after their people.
Acknowledged.
No, you... If all the people have success in this crackdown, I think you would be the most. Let's try... 32.
Targeting their key people.
Standing by for orders.
You don't have much espionage. I don't trust your ability to purge them. Who has the highest espionage here? Oh, the same guy with the oh, that's bad form. Can I boost your espionage? No. He's not with any of this. So actually, instead of crackdown, you might actually put you on purging.
I'm here.
Oh, you can't purge.
Ready.
Alright, you go check out what the aliens wanted down in Brazil.
Investigating alien site.
You... Ugh. Servants have control. Not good. Keep trying to sales puff.
Tell our story.
Tell it good.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Come on, Daniel.
Crackdown complete.
Good job. Great. Perfect.
They slipped away from us.
Nah, but they're already
Their
cracked down.
control is vulnerable.
Okay, well now we super crack down on them.
Just imagine, Ifechi, how this world would change if we could mass manufacture building materials in an instant. Homes built for mere pennies, irrigation for every village, a brighter, fairer future for all. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, private correspondence.
To build our way to the stars, we will require far more efficient resources than we have now. As the fourth most abundant element in the universe, and indeed the most in the human body, carbon is a near endless and highly adaptable resource. By developing our understanding of carbon's properties and limits, we have become able to manipulate it at a molecular level. This will enable the creation of ever more impressive, yet ever more affordable building materials and structures, both here on Earth and eventually throughout the galaxy. Alright, now... Not this. Oh, it's this. Nuclear fission in space. Yep, nope. This is the one. Oh, okay, we're still going.
Here's what we found.
This is you almost made me say XCOM. This is Terra Invicta Survivor. It's a game that is not yet out, but has a demo available on Steam for the next couple of weeks. They're doing it for a few conventions that they're showing the game off at. Can you make people here like us?
We'll make our appeal.
You're lucky I'm taking control of some rich countries.
Putting our people in place.
I'm here.
Purge the Academy from Germany.
We're taking power.
Good, finally.
Standing by for orders. Taking control.
At your service. We'll make things safe.
So will you always be fighting against the aliens, or could there be an option to play as the alien fanboys and try help? When the game is complete, you'll be able to play as any of the 8 human factions. So yes, you can play as... whoops, wrong button. You can play as the servants and be the alien simps. I'm not sure how different play is between the different factions. Why did I say 8? There's clearly 7, us and these 6. I guess the 8th faction is the aliens? Huh. I don't think you can play as the aliens, but you can play as the servants. A large explosion has occurred at an ammunition depot near Sarajevo. Oh dear. We're getting into Command and Conquer territory now. The resulting fires were extinguished after a few hours, and an assessment of the damage took place. It appears a substantial quantity of ammunition was seemingly destroyed by the blast, so substantial that some European defense officials suspect it was the work of Russian operatives. Accidents do happen. Accuse Russia, or conduct a full investigation. Let's see. The accidents happen. We lose the military level. We're actually pretty close to... Yeah, it won't cost us a tech level, but losing it, especially when we might have to go to war with Russia, is a problem. If we accuse Russia, we lose tech level. Sarajevo loses 1 cohesion. Our public opinion falls in Russia. Well, the academy is camped out there, so that doesn't matter much. There's a 43% chance if this goes through that nothing happens, so I'd rather do this. Okay. So it looks like it was just on our end, which probably means our tech level still went down. Yep.
Order is returning.
Okay, I guess I just need to abandon India to its servant fate. Oh, and actually, I forgot to mention, this is from the guys that actually made the Long War mods for XCOM and XCOM 2. If you want a bit of background into who's making this game.
Our associates are now in charge.
Finally, full control of Germany. We have completed the Alien Origin Project. There are a multitude of theories about whether the aliens hail from, running the gamut from... Okay, no, hold on, I didn't say that right. There are a multitude of theories about whether the aliens hail from... I wonder if this is also another typo. I feel like weather should just be where. Running the gamut from the plausible to absurd. Maddeningly, our further study of alien debris cannot quite be said to rule anything out. Our long-range scanners have confirmed that yes, there is a large and strikingly regular-shaped mass of similar materials in the deeper reaches of the solar system, strongly suggesting the presence of some manner of alien installation. However, our scans have also confirmed that not all of the substances within the debris are available locally, as it were. Thus, though our visitors do indeed have an industrial-scale presence within Sol's orbit, they almost certainly did not originate from it. We have significantly extended our abilities to watch and gather intelligence on the further reaches of the solar system, and in the process have discovered a number of alien HABs, artificial habitats, in the Kuiper Belt. It seems our visitors have been here for some time. Observation of the alien halves, along with re-examination of older telescope imagery taken before the alien arrival on Earth, has provided a much cleaner picture of local alien operations. At some point in the last 2 years, the aliens built their halves and launched the ship that crashed down on Earth. Given that A, it seems impossible that complex life could have evolved in the frozen outer reaches of the solar system, and B, the alien ship appears to be partially constructed from material extrasolar origin, we believe that the aliens arrived here from another star system, having 3 leading theories as to how they could have accomplished this. They travel to the solar system via a slower than light interstellar spacecraft. Such a craft would, in all probability, be very large. It would require huge quantities of energy for propulsion and life support, and might as well have taken generations to make the journey. We have thus seen no evidence for such an alien mothership. This period should probably be inside the quotes. I know you can put punctuation outside, but it was the end of the clause. The aliens, or their ancestors, arrived long ago and have been recently awakened from hibernation, where they have been constructed somehow from raw materials. We currently have no explanation for how this might be possible. The aliens have developed some means of faster-than-light transport, such as an Alcubierre drive or traversable wormholes. While this theory might seem fanciful, the possibility of long-dormant aliens in the outermost regions of the solar system seems equally unlikely. Our imagery analysts have also identified a structure on the alien's surface base, emitting a highly unusual energy readings that do not appear to match any known form of power generation. Once again, our research has left us with more questions than answers. But evidence suggests that the alien halves represent a key part of the logistics network. If we intend to impose their operations, their halves should be a primary target. Now tell me how they're doing this.
We failed to take control.
I figured. Wait, why'd it go down?
Support.
Alright, so we need to get Germany
Ready
back
for my
in the
mission.
EU, so go ahead and set that up.
On my way to the capital.
Ready to go.
I don't like the fact that these two guys are sitting here. They're probably the ones fucking with my control operations, or they're trying to also take control of the US, so you can't do much else. Actually, go ahead and defend what we have so they can't take it.
Securing our interests.
Ready to go.
You investigate one of these guys.
Eyes on target.
Where
You, I've given up on that, so come back to the United States and go ahead and keep running your ever successful public campaigns.
Ready to go.
You, wow, really? Sure, fine.
Taking
I'll take
control.
that 1 in 10 shot.
Protecting our interests.
Tracking failed.
Well, at least they ran off.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Mission complete.
Federate, European Union, get back in here, Germany! Great, now I have to wait a whole nother. I have to wait till 2025 to unify. Ugh, frickin' Academy. They weren't in control of Russia. I'd totally try to steal some of their shit. And you scattered debris all over low Earth orbit. So yeah, no, you can actually also. I'm not sure what panel tells you it, but you can. There's a measurement for how much debris is in Earth orbit. The more there is, the higher the chances something can happen to your hab, like essentially gravity. You saw that movie. Let's see. Actually, let me double check. I'm sure one of these panels does it. Solar system? Transfer planar? Earth orbit? Doesn't tell me anything about that. This, oh god, I hope it's not in here. What a great way to try and find what you want to colonize when there are over 300 objects in here. I feel like it should be on this panel, but I can't. You know, you get the pollution, sea levels, but not debris. Maybe it's not on here.
Still lacks support.
Really? You fucked up that badly? You just undid what Daniel did, Kelsey. Oh, Terra, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, with my soothing dulcet tones making it any better. Ugh, I don't want to spend too much influence on that. I'd rather save up to buy a better org. Like, if I get the NSA, that would really help. Even though it's really going to hurt my monthly income. I could put that on, I think I put that on Ang Huang Bo. Which in the meantime, let's boost your administration a bit. Oh, actually, wait. Are you... No, you're from Vietnam. Because the national hero thing on the upgrade would give him a huge boost in his home country. And if it was China, that would have really helped.
Ready for my mission. Bringing them to our side.
I mean, I'm kind of queuing myself up for these critical failures when I let them do the mission with such low odds. But at the same time, I really need to get one of the superpowers on my side, and China's still probably out of my reach. I guess I could send someone there to start making... Oh, I'm already pretty popular. Let's hopefully make it more so.
I will tell our story.
Standing by for...
Because I'm only gonna have the public opinion boost because I don't have any control points nearby. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, we've got some xenoforming. Oh boy. In Shanghai of all places. That's not good. 1% chance of a coup. I think that's gonna happen. They still got a civil war going on though. Oh, an insurrection, my bad. Their baseline is 8.3, so they're going to be dealing with that unless they actually try to get it down. Alright, what can I do to the EU right now? I figure all the relations are still going to be too new. I can get the United Kingdom in 2 months. Germany... about a year. Kazakhstan can't... Well, off of Kazakhstan can't join the Federation. Doesn't have a claim. Actually... pretty sure you can spread the Federation. You just can't unify. I'm not too sure about that. I may have to double check. So Norway and the UK can unify next year, 2024. Kazakhstan maybe can federate by the end of the month. Oh well. I want to try and get control of Spain. Not really. That's going to be hard. Finland, same problem. Unfortunately, now's the time where everyone's gotten a good number of countries and they're consolidating. I don't think there's any independent country left except for China. Oh, in the U.S., but it looks like Humanity First is about to get Mexico. Maybe I should just put all my eggs in one basket and try to blitz the U.S. Alright, Daniel, keep doing what you're doing.
Making our case.
Ready for orders.
Kelsey, if you did another critical fail, I swear.
Bringing them to our side.
Ready for orders.
Yeah, go ahead and lock down Germany.
Securing our interests. Securing our control.
Alright, fast probes. This one will be done quick. Do it. Oh, this one's almost done. I'm not sure if we have German vampires, but we do have full control over Germany. Alright, complete the alien methods. Having uncovered evidence of multiple livestock abductions, oh god, even these guys get cows, sometime before the first correlated human disappearances, it would seem that the aliens have been observing us long enough to understand Earth's biological and social hierarchies. In short, they have steadily worked their way up the food chain. By analyzing patterns, the species, locations, and the frequency, the subtlety or lack thereof, the proximity to settlements, recent disappearances, we can now paint a clear picture of their methodology. The earliest disappearances were limited to lower order mammals. Lower order. What the hell is that? Lower order mammals. Unremarkable, if not for their frequency, the first confirmed human abductions occurred within 14 days of the crash. Since then, they have steadily grown in number. The initial victims were primarily from rural areas and appear to have been selected semi-randomly, with little in common but for their location. The second wave of disappearances, however, contained a disproportionate number of individuals of high social economic status. Police chiefs, wealthy business owners, local legislators, etc. The pattern suggests the alien arrived on Earth with a plan in mind for establishing influence, and that it proceeded to adapt its tactics first for our local ecology and then for our social structure. That indicates that there is no hope that our visitors' intentions were peaceful. From now on, we must act on the assumption that we are at war. As news of these abductions continues to spread, others are likely to draw the same conclusion. We have strange news. First one, then several of the missing humans have resurfaced. While their families are naturally relieved, it's hard to see why the aliens are acting in this way. Why go to such effort to abduct human victims and simply release them unharmed? Until we know more, I recommend we send counselors to regions of suspected alien activity and place all returned inductees under immediate surveillance. If these individuals have some part in the aliens' plan, we need to learn more and act quickly. Alright, well, for now... Well, might as well get the Outpost Corps ready.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
We were unable to establish control.
Oh, at least you didn't blow it wildly.
Our supporters are in place.
Hey, good job, Valerie. Valerie's becoming the star of the resistance here. Alright, one more control point or two more? Two more. But then we'll have control of the most powerful nation on Earth. I'll have a summer home in the White House. Charles in charge of our... I mean, it's gonna get assimilated. Go to the United States, work on this.
I will tell our story.
Astronaut Kid, thank you for the 17-month resub. There is actually a subclass of counselor in this game of astronaut, but you really don't only want them after there's like an established infrastructure in space. Because that's what they're good at, shocking. You're having the most success. You go ahead and keep trying.
Establishing control.
You
Standing by.
focus on stability in the EU.
We'll turn down the heat.
The Italians are fighting again. You keep doing your public campaign.
I will try to sway the puppy.
You
Acknowledged.
stabilize the UK.
We'll make things
Not really
safe.
too big of a problem. It's already on its way down, but just want to keep the Europeans happy. Oh, geez, they're going to finish Mission to Mars in a month. I'll have to send my high-thrust probe out. So here's what's interesting. I don't know why the Initiative invested money in this. Why does the Initiative want to advance terrestrial military science? Oh, probably for the PsyOps. I'm going to guess PsyOps. Gotta make sure you weaponize Twitter. Alright, what do we have orbiting Earth now? Victus 5. Still one of the tinier transports. I really wish I could shoot these down. I guess if I invested in those interplanetary warships, I could have tried, but... Let's see, what do they have defending themselves? The laser cannon. Oh, and actually a lot of armor in the front. And a UFO crashes in Mexico. That'd probably be Victor 5. Oh, here he comes.
Things are stabilizing.
Good.
Public sentiment is
Great.
increasingly with us.
And there he goes.
We've moved the needle.
Uh-huh. How about that control nation, Valerie?
Violence is abating.
Valerie? Can you do it, Valerie? Uh-huh. Jeez, look at that fire trail. It goes all the way into the Gulf.
Of course, there was an accident. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry about the bodies later. The delays are costing us. Chairman Soren van Beek, internal memo.
Regarding a mine collapse. Yeah, just to give you an idea of just what kind of assholes run the Initiative. Leaving Earth is one thing, colonizing nearby worlds is another. Reliably and rapidly traversing the infinite expanse of space is yet another, and perhaps the toughest of these nuts to crack. Our current spacecraft and engines are capable of no such thing, at least not for any useful length of time. The major stumbling block is fuel, with our current resources constrained both by storage and propulsion limitations. It is a problem the world's finest engineers and physicists have long labored to solve, and they now believe that a pathway to next-generation propulsion systems is open to us. Efficiency is the foremost avenue of their exploration, increasing the speed and longevity of propellant while reducing wear and damage to our ship's drives and nozzles. Now the essential concepts are established, our researchers believe that there are three possible paths to tread: electromagnetic, electrostatic, or electrothermal propulsion. Each has its own advantage and will depend on prior discoveries in other fields. Alright, and with that, I want nuclear fission in space. Go. Let's see here. Let's go with... Well, I mean, I can't build any of this without a space dog, so do space dog.
failed to take control.
Oh, Valerie. At least you didn't make things worse. We'll go find out what that UFO wanted.
On the way to the target site.
Acknowledged. We must persuade the people.
Acknowledged. Bringing them on board.
Standing by for orders. Making our case.
Where do you need me? We must persuade the people.
Alright, now that I'm going into energy stuff, I think I'm gonna put out at least 2 more halves in orbit. So I can boost my research a bit. Alright, let's do 2 in low Earth orbit. Uh-huh. 1 more. Perfect. Alright, you will be energy. Where is that? There it is. You will be space science. I'm gonna call you... Actually, Garibaldi's pretty fun. Sure, I'll keep Garibaldi. Barbarossa, though. I'm gonna name you... What's a good space-related person in history? I think Von Braun. You get space science here and here. Solar collector here. Not that. This here. Energy. Oh, I don't have an energy lab. Well, I might as well build the 2 solar collectors then. We can wait. Alright, I'm gonna let this spin for a little bit while I get up and stretch again. Stretch break.
It takes so very little for one tribe of humanity to look upon a second tribe as the other. Think of what will happen once hundreds of millions of kilometers lie between us. Chancellor Li Qingzhao, Distributed Humanity.
Oh, there's always a research done when I do my break. Alright. Though it is scarcely an appealing home, there is no better prospect than within our solar system for eventual colonization than our crimson neighbor, Mars. It lacks a breathable atmosphere, the radiation risk from both galactic cosmic rays and solar energetic particles is extreme, the soil is flooded with toxins, and the low gravity will weaken both bones and muscles and cause cardiovascular problems. Then there is the cold, and the minimal supply of water. And with travel each way also taking months, at least until such time as we have made profound progress in spaceflight technology. Only the bravest and hardiest pioneers would dare take this chance. Yet if humanity is ever to explore the stars or settle on farther out planets, or to trace our alien visitors to their own homeworld, there is simply no choice other than Mars. In terms of temperature, sunlight, and simple proximity, no other planet in our system comes close. Our scientists are now confident that the settling of a limited number of highly trained personnel will be possible thanks to a combination of highly complex life support systems and certain cyanobacterial Ugh, cyanobacteria capable of photosynthesis even on Mars' hostile surface. The latter, grown at sufficient scale, can generate both food and oxygen locally and allow the propagation of more complex organisms. It is from these starting blocks that long-term life on Mars will begin. Now we can send probes to Mars. Let's do that before the game even progresses a second further. Now, of course, Mars is on the other side of the system, so any probe sent now will take almost the longest amount of time. Half a year. But launch, and in fact, while we're doing it, launch, launch. I think it also opened up stuff within the orbit. Yeah, so Kruthin. There's almost nothing on it. Phython. Oh, that one actually has some good volatiles. Can't say I'd want it, though. And it's not actually within the right orbit. Jarvis! That's not too bad. You know what? Unless Eros is on here, I think that's it right there. You know what? Send one to Eros so I can turn it into a missile later. I'm going to copy the Expanse. We'll copy the damn Expanse. Mission to the moon. Is that on here? No. So we skipped a step. In the game's defense, I can see why the AI would prioritize Mars over the moon. The moon doesn't have a lot in any resource, specific resource. You really only want to get the water. And maybe the fissile material. But otherwise, Mars just has a lot more of all of this. The moon doesn't have much, except for maybe a fueling station at a Lagrange point. Okay. Blackfoot Ferret, thank you for the 49th resub. Let's move time forward.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Recon complete.
We've got our people in place.
Hey, we've locked down the United States. Excellent work, everyone. Mainly Valerie. Okay, hold on. Make sure this shit's on lock. I don't know what that person's
Your
doing.
orders?
Who has investigate?
What's the op?
Yeah, no. Find out who the hell this person is.
Surveilling target.
I'm here.
You actually go to ground. So go to ground is a mission that you probably want to do with some frequency, as it resets everyone's detection on that agent. If you leave them exposed for too long, then kind of the investigation they get on you accumulates, and they can just start tracking you wherever you go. And if they know where you are, they can turn you, they can assassinate you, they can steal your orgs, they can steal your tech, sabotage your tech, all that juicy stuff. That op income is good, but you're already running negative on money. Oh, hey, that's a nice boost. Take this. What the heck happened here? Go away. There you go.
Ready for my mission.
Alright, clinch the US, Valerie. You can do it.
Bringing them to our side.
Where to?
Keep stabilizing
Restoring
the EU.
order.
Standing by.
What are the chances of you starting a coup in India? Low. Alright, campaign in China then.
I will try to sway the public.
protecting our interests.
Person of interest surveilled.
I should have gotten more water when I went to stretch. We've detected what appear to be alien microbes and plants in the Shanghai region of China. They are thriving and threaten to displace the native biota, which strangely does not seem to be resisting their advances to the degree we would expect. A direct application of force, either via a consular mission or an army operation, should be able to reduce or even eliminate this spread. We will begin preparations for a research project to better understand this phenomenon.
Things are cooling off.
Saw that a while ago. Ah, that was Humanity First operative.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
I figured.
We were unable to establish control.
Now looks like the Academy is splitting Brazil with Humanity First. Oh wait, did Humanity First get Argentina? Did Castillo get his hometown? He didn't. He didn't even try. It's split between Project Exodus and the Academy. Oh, for shame. Oh, and Iceland is leaving the Scandinavian group there. The Academy's still sour over losing Germany, I guess. Let's see. Next turn, we'll be able to bring UK into the EU. Alright, that'll work.
Standing by for orders.
I'll try again.
Establishing our presence.
Ooh, Steel Project. Don't steal from Humanity First. I'd rather them not hate me. Are these initiative people? Actually, I can't. It's hard to tell. It's the color of this marker, and it's not very clear. These all look orange, so I guess they're initiative. Either that or Project Exodus. All right, give that a shot.
We'll catch up on years of research.
Ready to go. Making our case.
Where do you need me?
I need you. That's fine. How about the U.S.? The U.S. is fine. Go to UK. Make sure they're all nice
We'll
and
restore
stable.
peace to this nation.
Ready for my mission.
Keep doing this.
Making our case.
Space dock. Now do energy lab. Outpost is done, and more done.
Data acquired.
Alright, go ahead and take that from them. Now I can build spaceships. Let's go ahead and show you what that looks like. And let time run just a bit slower. Design ship class. So, we have 3 classes of ship, which provide you different slots to put stuff in. You have your nose weapons, your hull weapons, your utility modules, radiators. You need radiators. You need it, or else the ship cooks from the inside out. And everyone dies. Battery. Battery is how you preserve power. Power plant, how you generate power. Shocker. Drive, how you thrust. And armor, how you keep your ship from blowing up. So, you have the 3 different models, which give you different layouts and abilities. Like, for example, you don't get a nose weapon on the escort. Or do you get 2? No, those are all hull weapons. Yep, alright. Yeah, so gunship and corvette give you the most variety and give you a nose weapon, but escort can give you 2 hull weapons, unlike the other guns. So, like I said, this early in the game, the tech really isn't good enough to do much. The alien ships kind of, unless you overwhelm them with numbers, they're going to blow up your ships before you blow them up. And once they blow up all your ships, the battle's over. It doesn't matter if you have a whole bunch of missiles still in flight that they can't dodge. So I don't bother building ships until I at least get to atomic engines. because then you finally have the mass and propellant to move your ships around pretty well. But to at least show you what a completed ship looks like, let's say I want an attack bomber with an escort. Game, decide what's best here. So yeah, this is ridiculous. They try to build a ship that would be able to probably fly to Mars on its own, but I would need 9,000 tons of water to build it. I have none, and I'm actively losing water because of the HABs in orbit. The amount of boost I would need to build this would probably be in the thousands. So that ain't happening. And again, that's also why I don't build ships this early. I could take down the number of propellant tanks to say like 25, and that would give me enough delta V to move within the orbit of Earth, which is good enough for catching UFOs as they fly in. 2 missile weapons, blah, blah, blah. There's no other artillery model. So heat sinks are important because the radiators are very fragile. If the radiators get destroyed, the ship can't expel heat and everyone dies. The heat sinks let you retract the radiators in combat, so they're less likely to take damage. However, as far as I've played this game, ship blows up when the alien sneezes at it. It doesn't matter if it blows up the radiator or another module. The whole ship just goes. Probably because I don't armor them well enough. But if I armor them too well, they're harder to fly. So that's the whole thing about designing ships. I could finalize this design right now. In fact, hey, Aeneas, that's a good name for a ship. But I wouldn't be able to build this. The amount of boost I would need, even with 200 tons of water. Sorry, units of water. It's not exactly tons. If it was tons, the ship would be a hell of a lot bigger. Makes this kind of unwieldy, even with my cutbacks. I guess I could... I don't understand why I need 6 engines. Yeah, heck, I think 3 is enough. You know what, I'll save the design. I don't... Yeah, and it's going to warn you that the ship's not really capable of interplanetary flight, but that's not what I need it for. So, there you go. Win, thank you for the 43-month resub. So yeah, no, ship designing is definitely... Once you start building fleets, that's when you escape what I would call the early phase of the game. That's when the stuff on Earth has kind of calcified. You're not going to get dramatic shifts in control unless you do something crazy, like are able to declare war and not have them launch nukes at you. That's when you start having the orbits of Earth become pretty full of HABs, the colonies on the Moon and Mars. That's when that stuff starts to matter. But we're still definitely in the stage where we're just trying to get our feet off Earth.
The people will come to our side.
Violence is abating.
Fortunately, I think the game designers knew that, because there is a skirmish option where you can have at least up to 3 ships fight each other. So if I'm not able to show you combat in the demo now,
Our case remains unheard.
either because the game crashes or we just run out of time and I get tired, I'll run a skirmish so you can see what combat looks like. Because there is real-time combat for spaceships. Oh, nope, that's not good. Servants took over the executive. They must be doing some sneaky shit. Yeah, I know. Because the servants are allied with the aliens, the more alien ships that crash down, the more freaky the servants get. And I think one of the things they do is just mind control people. Alright, so...
Ready.
You... steal another project from him.
Tapping their knowledge.
You...
Standing by.
keep making us popular in the US. Actually, how good are you in China? Not too good, but give it a try.
I will tell our story.
Ready for my mission. Time to make our move.
Reporting in. I will tell our story.
Reporting in. Putting our people in place.
Alright, so that's our energy lab, so we can finally get our hab in orbit going. Grants 3% bonus at our investments in boost, which is what we need to make that number go up and get our colonies off of Earth.
I think I found something.
Alright, go ahead and steal that. I guess we're done stealing from the initiative for now. I don't have any more stuff. So the problem is, since the servants now have control of the executive of Russia, the Academy still has control of 2 armies, but the servants have 1, and then the nuke button. So, I can't take control of that executive because I don't have a control point. It's up to the Academy to give a good try at it. Go ahead and do... Yeah, let's keep getting all the labs. But... let's go ahead and give that a boost. Get it done faster.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
No, that one was a close one.
We hold no sway in their
Less
minds.
close.
Policy direction complete.
Unify with the UK! Oh, you didn't like Brexit? Well, how about just being part of the EU? Now we got our 6 control points. And now Russia is attacking Eritrea. Eritrea. One of those must be close. Right? Oh, servants are getting more testy.
We failed to take control.
I'm starting to think I might need to build a satellite to try and track alien movements. So let's get one more space station up here. Let's keep it in low Earth orbit 2. Found. Take me there. I'm going to call this Little Green Station. And that'll help me find stuff that happens on Earth. Come on, Valerie, you can do it. I believe in you.
Where to? I will try to sway the public.
What's the op?
Oh wow, it's getting even harder to promote ourselves here.
We'll make our appeal.
Your orders? We'll make things safe.
Where do you need me?
This probably isn't. This probably is just pissing in the wind at this
I will
point.
try to sway the public.
This is another good reason why you want to take control of Russia, because you get more contact with China. Yeah, if you had Russia and India, then you'd have at least like 6 control points bordering China, which makes it easier to take over. But now the servants have both, and I don't like it. This definitely looks like a cursed run. There was a finite amount to be gleaned from our study of the vegetative life form we have dubbed xenoflora, but it was not for want of trying. The issue is that we have thus far been unable to fully crack its genetic makeup. For elements thereof are so, for lack of a better word, alien, as to be thoroughly inscrutable for us at the present time. Neither have we been able to divine any clues as to its origin, other than to say it is most certainly not of this earth. While we have previously observed some correlation between xenoflora growth and alien crash sites, causation now seems highly probable. Even its behavior supports its conclusion. It spreads faster than any terrestrial flora, or even fungus, and with an eerie, almost machine-like regularity. To suggest that the xenoflora has been in some way genetically altered, or even wholly designed, would not be an unreasonable hypothesis. If left unchecked, it could very likely colonize a region in record time, preventing the growth of all of our flora. To what end, we do not yet know. It would therefore be prudent to find a way to limit the organism's spread, whether through military or biological means. Good. Good.
Order is returning.
Okay.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Disappointing.
Our cause is
very disappointing. Come on, Valerie. 29%. Damn it, Valerie! Wait, what? How did this happen? Success chance 26. Roll 26. Fail. So even if it ties, it still fails? That's annoying. That's really fucking annoying. Felt like it was more like a DC. You hit it, you pass. Alright, we'll stop focusing. Clearly we've lost China. The servant's gonna take it next. Maybe we can try and make Russia a problem. Nope. Less so.
Cracking down.
I'm here. Establishing control.
Ready for orders. Making our case.
I'm here.
You know, Terra, you say that, but they do actually have that problem. The game rounds up a lot, especially when it does this daily. Yeah, see, 22 ops. No, it's actually 21.7. Sometimes it rounds up even before it hits 0.5. Or maybe that's just my imagination. Either way, it's annoying as hell. Because then it's like, oh, you need 10 boosts to build this module. It says I have 10. Oh, I have 9.3.
Targeting their center of power.
Ready for orders. We'll turn down the heat.
Is this a backer beta? So the backers do have access to a beta that has a save function, and I do not think has a yeah, it doesn't have a time limit, or else how the hell will you test stuff? This is not it. This is a demo. This is a demo available to everyone on Steam. The limitation is it doesn't have a save function, and you can only play for 6 years in game. You can actually still get into the beta, but you have to pay $250 due to things I'm not sure that were explained in the Discord, but I can't quite accurately call to mind. So if you want to play what I'm playing right now, it's on Steam for free, no restriction other than the ones they programmed into it. Beta, costly, and I think you have to get onto the Discord to get that info. Because you have to kind of back pay into the alpha. You have to back pay into the highest tier to get access to the beta. So that's how that works. Let's do lithium sulfur batteries. It did disappear. They brought it back. They brought the demo back for
People will come to our side.
Additional marketing because they were throwing off the game and other stuff.
Things are stabilizing.
I think PAX was the most recent thing they showed off at.
Targets got away.
Oh, of course they did. Chance 0. They must have. Yep, they secured their
He
interests.
slipped away from us.
Yep.
We still lack support.
Oh, come on, Valerie. I know I have it locked up, but I really want control of that country. And I hate that counselors keep popping in. What are you guys doing in Washington?
Boarding in.
Standing by for orders.
At your service.
Ready for my mission. Tracking target.
Alright, back to puffing ourselves up in the US.
Where to? Heading there now.
What's the ob?
Okay, I am 80% sure they're saying what's the op. But the fact that it sounds like what's the up drives me insane.
We must persuade the people.
Standing by. Taking control.
Oh, Kurdistan became independent. Good for them. I don't think it'll last. Yeah, the Academy will not suffer that to live. Combined with Academy-controlled Syria. Wow, Academy, why are you getting control of all the problematic countries? I'm sensing a theme here. Yeah, you didn't even grab Korea, Japan, any of the science-inclined countries? No, you just grabbed all the problematic ones. And then let the servants get the rest.
Surveillance complete.
The people will come to our side.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, come on. This has to provide you a good chance. 61! What was that? Oh, no. We have new reports of returned abductees in the Los Angeles region of the United States of America. The relatives say they're behaving strangely, saying the aliens are peaceful and here to help humanity. Sus.
We found something.
Our presence is growing.
Hey, we've got the U.S. USA. USA. America. Fuck yeah. Coming in to save the motherfucking day. Yeah, America. What's going on in L.A.? I'm real scared now. Is there an alliance between you and anybody? India. Fuck. Well, there goes that idea. Yep, nope. My first decision would have been to declare war on Iran to make sure the servants lost it, but now they've allied with India, meaning the nukes are in play. Which means I can't do jack shit with all this power. So what are you doing for humanity first? You like your job?
Acknowledged.
Lock it down.
Securing our control.
Standing by.
lock that down, definitely.
Making things safe for our people.
Ready to go.
Yeah, definitely go back there and make sure they like us.
I will try to sway the public.
How are people feeling across the world? Okay. Resistance still has 25%. Plurality. But the next highest, it's submit. Don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Protecting our interests.
Making things safe for our people.
And another alien ship's in orbit. And this one, hold on. This one definitely doesn't look like another transport. Ooh, it's a lot bigger. With hull weapons, too. This is probably an equivalent of a frigate. Interdictor roll. It's 150 meters long. To give you any sort of reference.
We've got some intel on our target.
He has we estimate he has a loyalty of 8?
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Well, that ain't happening anytime soon. Let's do... some audience research, but we don't have to expedite it. I can swap it out once this is done, which will be tomorrow.
We found something.
We have completed the investigate returned abductees. We have news. It is not good news. 2 weeks ago, the son of a senior diplomat in one of our targeted regions disappeared after having a party at a remote farm late one night. He reappeared 36 hours later, offering no explanation for his absence. His mother was, of course, overjoyed at her son's return, but was surprised when he proceeded to take a sudden and uncharacteristic interest in her political ties. One of our field teams received the report and placed the teenager under round-the-clock surveillance. A few days ago, our team followed the teenager to a derelict industrial park where they observed him placing a small package in a dead drop location. Our team moved in, confiscated the package, and detained the teenager. Upon opening the package, we discovered dossiers and information on various local political figures of national and international importance. The teenager offered no explanation for his behavior. If we were humanity first, teenager would be dead. This does not appear to be an isolated incident. Several of our other field teams have reported abductees behaving in a similar suspicious manner, again with no apparent explanation. Although it is dangerous to draw conclusions too swiftly, our working theory is that the aliens are somehow exerting influence over humans that they come in contact with, and using these thralls to gather information on human institutions and power structures with a view towards establishing control. If this is true, the aliens are not only clandestinely moving against us, but may already be deep inside our society. We need to know more, and quickly. We have now received dozens of similar reports of strange behavior among returned abductees. More worrying still are early indications of shifts in governmental policy among nations with high abduction rate. We recommend immediate analysis. Russia! In 1954, the USA built the first nuclear-powered submarine and changed the course of naval warfare. Now it is upon us to become the creators of the first nuclear-powered spaceship. It is upon us to define warfare in space. From a speech, I need to call something the Churchill Shipyards. That's fun. And fitting with our theme of UK resurgence? Question mark? Since we discovered nuclear fission in 1938, we have used this knowledge both to give and to take, to build power plants and weapons of mass destruction alike. With every passing decade, our understanding of the forces that rule the universe grew, and we were able to refine this process further. However, until now, reactors need the pull of gravity in order to maintain the chain reaction and to keep the water flowing. Without that flow, nothing happens. For fission heats water, water creates steam, steam turns turbines, and turbines generate energy. Now, combining our new concepts for deep space propulsion with our decades of experience of nuclear fission, we are now able to stabilize the first nuclear reaction in space. With our new reactor designs, we no longer need gravity to collect the energy released by splitting atoms. Splitting atoms? That's interesting. Our newest containment systems ensure a safe, sustained chain reaction in zero-G. Thanks to this achievement, our fission-powered spacecraft can now reach the darkest and furthest corners of our solar system. Nuclear reactors will power ships, weapons, and habitats, enabling us to harness countless resources far beyond our home's atmosphere and meet the aliens in the vast openness of space, rather than bound to our own soil. Furthermore, these new technologies will help us build the next generation of solid fission systems and explore even greater energy potential of nuclear fusion in space. Everyone gets better fission tech, which probably helps them build nukes. Oh no. My bad. I don't think I'm ready for this. Oh, actually, I do need this, though, because I need that, I need the nuclear freighters. Yeah, go ahead and do that. And make that the priority. Post-Brexit ascension. Alright, when are you going to be ready? 2 months from now. Yeah, go ahead and make sure no one can steal that from
Making
us.
things safe for our people.
Bit too expensive, but whatever. Not really anything else you can claim unless you want to try a 1 in 100 shot at China. You know, Valerie, if anyone can do it, you can. Take that shot. You go, girl.
Standing by.
You find out who the fuck this person is.
Investigating target.
At your service. I will tell our story.
Ready to go. Restoring order.
Securing our interests.
Mission canceled.
Yeah. Ran away like a coward.
The people will come to our side.
Things are cooling off.
Pakistan joined in? I guess that makes sense. I hate how so much of Eurasia is becoming servant territory.
We've gained significant support.
Oh shit! Oh shit, Valerie! My faith in you is well placed. Good job. Rolled a 0, needed a 1. God damn. The problem is, I didn't expect... Yeah, no. My daily influence is now almost half. So I can't keep hitting that unless I abandon a country, which I only have 3. Oh, no, I could abandon Turkey. It's not really giving me anything. Yeah, some tech, but not a lot. If I were to abandon anything, I'd abandon Turkey, because at least Kazakhstan's still giving me a good boost. Well, shit. Keep trying. I'll even invest a little bit. Maybe not too much. I doubt lightning will strike twice, but I'm curious.
Bringing them on board.
I'll at least invest in having other
What's
people
the
come
op?
puff you up a bit.
I will tell our story.
Ready for my mission. We must persuade the people.
Reporting in.
You go check out what's happening in Vietnam.
We'll recon the site.
Acknowledged. Making our case.
Everyone's in China now. If this goes negative, I'll abandon Turkey. Which it will if I get another control point. But what a great alliance that would make. Europe, US, China, who can stop us? The axis of resistance! Russia, you can join too if you get rid of the cultists. European Union new ballistic missiles are ready for testing. The new missiles promise greater intercontinental ballistic strike. Once newly tested, of course, rival nation sectors are no, proceed with the tests. Do it.
Public opinion.
If they declare war, I'm gonna laugh.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Wow, you blew it.
Public opinion remains
Guys,
unmoved.
Valerie shot for the moon and hit it, and you fucked it up. You really fucked it up.
Here's what we found.
We failed to take control.
Yeah, Valerie, I didn't expect you to do it the first time. The fact that that happened was a miracle.
I will tell our story.
Your orders?
Now let's try for 2%.
Establishing our presence.
Where do you need me? We'll make our appeal.
Your orders? I will try to sway the public.
Acknowledged.
So we have this advise mission, which lets you lend some of your counselor's skills to the country. I find it useful when there is nothing else for them to do. In the case of Kelsey here, I don't think there's anything I would want her to do. Yeah, go ahead and just advise
I will help
you.
them. Offering assistance.
Look at my Habs just rocking it around the world. Unhelpfully, domestic law enforcement tends to close investigations once apparent abductees return, and thus it has fallen to our local operatives to follow up the many rumors of erratic or aberrant behavior amongst the reappeared. Concerningly, their investigation and interviews strongly corroborate these reports, and indeed suggest that the true purpose of alien abductions is something other than mere research and experimentation. We've completed the research alien operations objective. The situation is worse than we had feared. All the countries with high abduction rates are now showing aberrant political trends. We have tracked rapid swings from toward pro-alien views in ways that are extremely concentrated by geography, spreading in ways that more closely resemble infectious disease vectors than communication networks. These changes are being accompanied by sharp shifts in policy, with key officials and leaders either being replaced with pro-alien figures or, more disturbingly still, abruptly changing their beliefs and publicly expressing conciliatory views toward the alien presence on our planet. Multiple independent reports have noted sudden and uncharacteristic behavioral changes in these individuals, describing them as aloof, phlegmatic, and disinterested in any issues other than human-alien relations. None of our sources were able to offer any explanation for these changes. In the absence of any real evidence, attempting to explain these developments is difficult. We have found ourselves falling back on theories drawn not from field reports, but from science fiction. At present, our best guesses are as follows. 1. The aliens are capable of mind control, perhaps via telepathy, a parasite, or some form of advanced technology. 2. The aliens are replacing abductees, either directly, using some sophisticated method of disguise, or via clones. Whatever the explanation, we must act quickly to attempt to slow the growth of their influence. Earth is engaged in a shadow war, and at present, the aliens are winning. Our long-range tracking technology has proven adequate for observing the stream of alien spacecraft moving around the solar system. However, all of our attempts to track alien movements on Earth itself have so far ended in failure. To effectively counter the spread of alien influence, we need to be able to detect individual alien infiltrators here on the surface of our planet. We now know that the aliens are bent on infiltrating human institutions for their own ends, controlling individuals and entire societies to serve their own purposes. For some time now, debates and discussions have been taking place amongst our members as to what our response should be. It is easy to call ourselves the resistance, but what are we resisting and how? Alright, freedom fighters, this is good tech. All power to the freedom fight! Yes, we're even going to deprive the solid core systems of our research. I want that done before I wrap.
Our cause is unjustified
It's
to
always so
them.
loud when I does stuff like that, and I don't know why.
Moving in our direction.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Mission in progress.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can afford having all of my agents in China trying to beat down that door. Valerie, you're welcome to still try if you have the most success. But influence is at a premium right now. I might just have to go ahead and abandon Turkey, just so I can keep affording this.
Putting our people in place.
Where to?
You are definitely better serving the cause elsewhere. Like India, maybe? Ugh, nope.
Surveilling target.
Ready for orders. Making our case.
At your service. We'll restore peace to this nation.
Ready for orders. I will try to sway the public.
Surveillance complete.
Violence is abating.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
The case remains unknown.
We were unable to establish control.
Ah, probe-derived arrows. Wow, I was expecting more. And the site isn't even on the planet. Look at that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Alright. That's not worth building anything here, honestly. I could build a platform and have it be like a way station, but that's planning far in the future, and I don't think I'm gonna get all the way there. I don't have anything worth advising.
We must persuade the people.
Where do you need me?
What's the op? Establishing control.
Acknowledged. We'll see what they're up to.
Reporting in. I will try to sway the public.
What's the op? We'll make things safe.
Publicize the alien threat. Kind of a nice boost in public opinion. Maybe enough to take more to China? Who knows?
Person of interest surveilled.
We've moved the needle.
Order is returning.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Ah, probes on Mars. And Phobos. And Deimos. Alright. So what we got here? How much is it going to cost me to put a hab? Ooh, I can only afford to put one hab down. Water and volatiles is good, because that helps pay for the colony. So I definitely want to avoid Olympus Mons for the first one, even though that has good income of nobles. Terra is a nice balance. Terra. So I could either go for that or Utopia Planitia. I'm gonna go for something that gives me a little bit of everything. And that'll take a while. Hopefully before anyone else, since I got the high thrust probes, there'll be a window of time where I can still plop stuff down before anyone even knows what's on Mars. But I'm thinking, given the timing, I probably have about 30 more minutes on this. Oh, Pack628, thank you for the 50-month resub. Halfway to 100. Hopefully we'll all still be here. I guess we would have gotten to
take control.
Let's see. 50 months, just over 4 years. So I guess, yeah, that would be 2026. I was hoping to at least get to that year in game, but it took a while to explain everything. I probably should just give up on it was really a lucky fluke that I got that one control point.
Offering counsel.
Where to? Making our case.
Ready for orders. We'll be running this place in no time.
I'm here. We must persuade the people.
At your service. I will help them.
Lending my expertise.
Offering support.
Alright, so that's going to be done in July, so at least
Now,
one more.
as then, territorial disputes boil down to one group of people gazing upon a new land and calculating Who would need to die so they could own it? Thousands of years of purported civilization have done so little to curtail our most basic reptilian impulses. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee, speech at the United Nations.
Military science has long concerned itself with the multifaceted problems that occur when coercive force is applied. Humanity's impending expansion into its solar system and likely beyond hails a new era of doctrine. In addition to an explosion of technological innovation, military commands must now take into account variables present during engagements on worlds with rules different from our own. The traditional definitions of hard and soft power are no longer applicable in the time of fifth-generation warfare. You really wasted all your research on that. Just so you could fight more on Earth, humanity first. Bad call. You don't even have any superpowers. In the national sense. You have Canada, Mexico, let's see, a couple African countries, Egypt, Somalia, Vietnam, Thailand. No, this is Myanmar. No, that is Thailand. That's Myanmar.
Our cause
and Singapore. Why did you get Singapore of all places? Was it just for the money? I guess it got you some research too. Well, then why did I want Singapore? Same reason. Oh no, they got Taiwan too. So you're just goading China. What an interesting collection. I mean, the servants definitely seem to be gunning for plate. Like, they first went for this, for the nukes, and it was easier to get. Yep, figured. Iraq reunited. I guess I could have tried to grab Kurdistan. Yeah, no, it can only be independent. It can't be unified with anything. At least not initially. There are research projects which expand the amount of claims different stuff has. Like, there's a Restored Warsaw Pact, which gives the Eurasian Union claims on all of Eastern Europe. So if it wanted to fight, it could, but usually by the time you get that, either the EU's consolidated or everyone's still in the NATO ally pack, so that's a world war.
We still lack support.
Alright.
Standing by.
I think once I get to Freedom Fighters, it'll be a nice thematic moment to stop the game, or just decide to nuke everything. Yeah, I shouldn't end the playthrough without nuking something, so we can do that, and you can see just why it's something to be avoided in the game, despite the fact that it's cool.
We'll make our appeal.
Ready.
Yeah, everyone fly to China for a 1% chance. If Valerie can do it, so can you try to do it.
No time.
Ready.
Good luck.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Ready. Bringing them to our side.
Our case remains unheard.
Here we go. Since its inception, the ultimate intention of our movement has been something of an open question. Yes, we exist to keep Earth safe from the aliens, but is that enough? After a great deal of soul-searching, debate, and meticulous projections into how future extraterrestrial incursions might play out, and the dark paths our species might walk in consequence, we have found a fresh purpose. Our plan is not only to put an end to this invasion, but also to remove humanity from the alien sphere of influence entirely. We have completed the set our goals. We have set our goals. Under the alien invasion, our world has fractured. Some parts of humanity have chosen to submit, aiming only to survive. Others have sought to take advantage of the situation to advance their own personal agendas. Others have decided that the only path to victory is either to destroy the aliens or to turn the tables and enslave them in return. A common theme that we hear from all of them is conviction that the old ways do not work, that to withstand this crisis, humanity must change and become something new. We have chosen to reject this belief. We do not believe, as humanity first do, that humanity must become violently xenophobic, nor do we agree with the Academy that we should sacrifice our lives to befriend a race of ruthless slavers. We do not think that human society needs to be remolded around corporations in the name of profit, nor that it needs to become theocratic or totalitarian world government. We just want to be left the hell alone, and to go back to living sane, normal lives in our home countries without the constant threat of alien invasions or coups or attempts of world conquest. Without the constant threat, the other factions, the Servants, the Protectorate, the Initiative, may disagree on almost everything, but in one important respect, they're all exactly the same. They're all lunatics with delusions of grandeur who think they know better than everyone else. So this is our decision. Our goal is not to change the world. Our goal is to stop the alien invasion and nothing more. Human society will be transformed by this conflict. That is inevitable. But the nature of that transformation is a matter for individual countries to choose for themselves. We can protect our world and preserve the independence of our species. If we can protect our world and preserve the independence of our species, that is enough. And through our efforts, we got a special org out of the deal. The Special Activities section, which allows us to assault alien assets, advise other nations, stabilize nations, give us a lot of whole neat stuff, and really turn one counselor into the Supreme Counselor. I choose to give it to you. I think you get the best stat spread with it. Alright, good luck. Now watch the world end, because I'm sick of this shit. US, nuke. Oh, we have to go to war first. Alright, fine.
We still lack support.
We still lack support.
We failed to take control.
That's what I
Still
would
lack
have figured.
support.
Alright, you go to America.
Time to make our move.
Everyone else, I don't care.
Orders?
Enjoy your time in China. Not that it matters.
Mission complete.
Alright, declare war. On Russia. Fuck them. Join the war. Join the war. Everyone join the war. It's war. Stop. You. Fire. Wait, what? Oh, I have to target a region first. Well, I target this one. Actually, this one, because it has servants on it. Launch. Oh, I had a time going too fast. Yeah, so that's what happens to Earth. Immediately turns dusty. Where's your other army? Fine. Oh, they got me too. Yeah, and you can immediately watch the GDP of everyone on Earth dive. Do it again. This time hit Belarus. Oh, Belarus isn't fighting? Fine. Hit, Sevastopol. You too! Hit Vladivostok! Oh no, they got Paris too! I think there's a bug that I zoom out, way out, then back in. And it's all gone! Fixed it! And the world was saved. Now let's see what happens just after that one exchange. Yep. Uh-huh. Let's see here. More atmospheric methane. Oh yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff in the air. So, that's a nuclear war. It's pretty devastating. Check the GDP of everyone you just nuked. Yeah, Russia's on the downslide. European Union lost about $3 billion. United States GDP was cut in half. Even China's feeling the heat because, you know, the whole world's affected by it. India slightly less so, but they lost $2 billion. Oh yeah, no, the aliens probably hate this since they were xenoforming shit. It's like, no, we needed you to be at least somewhat habitable. Alright, well, that's the start of the resistance in Terra Invicta, minus, you know, the nuclear holocaust. That was all me. Let's go ahead and take a look at what a skirmish looks like while we still have some time left, and I still have some willpower left. So, skirmish is pretty limited. You pretty much just get 3 ships and put them up against each other. I choose to make things a bit interesting, because this is the only way I've ever been able to defeat alien ships. I'll bring up the destroyer. Give me 3 persistent class monitor. Let's do 2 monitors. And then battle cruiser. Why not? We'll do this over Earth, but we'll also do it with the Archon Station, wherever the hell that is, overhead. Spread formation. The rest of that's fine. Begin. So, this is combat. It is real-time with pause. Stations can participate if they have defenses. So what generally happens is, as time goes on, you can change the acceleration and direction of your ships along a 3-dimensional axis, mainly by manipulating their center of, not the center of thrust, but their vector. Problem is, it's kind of cumbersome to control. You can control it on the, on this same plane just by clicking it, but if you click and hold a separate key, honestly, I forget the keys. But if you hold a different key, you can change the plane on which the arrow is centered. So if I did it now, I could just accelerate like this. Be mindful that it eventually will stop when I run out of delta V for the ship, because then it would have expended all of its fuel and won't be able to move anymore. And if I hit another key, I can make it go up. If I hit another key, I can make it go to the... I can essentially make it go diagonally. I honestly think they need to change it so it's a lot closer to how Kerbal Space Program handles it, where it gives you the 3 axes to click and shift as you please. As things stand, whenever I've gotten into space combat, I've just hit this button, which makes everything automatic. It just makes things a bit more convenient for me. However, I will at least tell the ships to keep their nose centered towards the target, because that's generally where the ships have the most amount of armor. And if they have nose weapons, that also lets them aim. Yeah, see, the computer immediately knows where to put these ships, or at least try to. Let's take a look at the... Because if I don't speed things up, things move just as slowly as they do on the real-world map. So we have plenty of time to take a look at this alien ship. Nice and up close. Whoop, too close. Alright, how about our monitor? It's too close. Why can't I change the camera? Oh, there we go. Oh, I should have changed the color scheme too, because this is how resistance ships look. But the different factions have different color schemes for their ships, much like the army tokens on the world map. So it looks like we're fighting over Africa. Is that Lake Victoria, or is that further north? No, I think that's Lake Victoria. Still looks like it's too far south for that. Alright, let's speed things up a bit. So, the winning strategy, as far as I've played it, which is a lot, but not enough to really test it out as the only option, is once you get a few good missile techs, build monitors and fill them up with missiles. And essentially it becomes a Macross missile barrage. I can tell the alien ship to parry this, you fucking casual, and it eventually blows up. Unfortunately, that's not enough to save the monitors. I can't put one monitor up against it, or it blows up the monitor before it can fire before its payload reaches the ship. Let's take a look at this bigger ship here. Spitfire. Look at that beauty. Oh, see, laser weapon. I told you guys to put your nose towards the ship. The guys don't follow directions very well. Yeah, like I said, this is a lot like the ships are built a lot like the Expanse, essentially like skyscrapers. I would imagine that their floors are also like the top of the ship is here. This isn't the front. So all the floors are a lot like cut through. Because when the ship is moving in one direction, or resisting moving, or turning around and slowing down, it provides some semblance of gravity. Alright, how's this going to handle that? Oh, it's just going to miss. Let's speed things up a bit more. Oh, was it aiming for the battle cruiser? No. The station's more at risk than that. Alright, how? I think the missile should be getting closer. Oh. Don't know why the music cut out there. Where's the Why is the Spitfire all the way up there? Alright, the monitors are not handling this very well. I don't think they're going to survive this. I've lost track of the missiles they launched. Unfortunately, the missiles, they have their initial thrust to take them away from the ship, and then they just travel until they need to close on their target. So you kind of lose out. You don't have any sort of engine. Oh, there goes one. I think we're probably going to lose this. Yeah, the Spitfire's way out of range. Here, don't bother with this anymore if that changes anything. Yep, there goes the other one. So now it's all up to the station and... Oh, by the way, I guess while they're maneuvering, this is what a level 2 station looks like. You have a outpost core in the center, and then it kind of spindles out. Stage 3 looks like a ring. It has a superstructure that surrounds the whole thing. This is the shipyard. Fusion pile. Some operations centers. I'm not sure what this is. It might be a farm. Anyway, back to the battle. So it looks like at this point, Spitfire is too slow to catch up. Let's move this a bit faster so you guys can get in a better position. Okay, no, you're just firing up the station now. Alright, wait, no, we got some fire going. Whoa! Oh, the missiles caught up! All those blue flares were the missiles. Alright, the station took some damage, but the Spitfire wins. And all it needed to do was outnumber the enemy 3-1. Alright, and that's the fight. Alright, let's see what two human ships will do against each other. Alright, let's change this to... Let's be the alien simps versus, let's say... Oh, humanity first. Of course they're going to attack us. I don't want to spoil the later ship designs, but let's try a battleship with a couple of escorts against a mainline fleet of a cruiser and 2 destroyers. Alright, so 960 against 586. The numbers are on our side. Alright, turn off the tutorial. I'm just going to let the AI do it for me. Let's say this is over Ceres. They're fighting for the water. No space station. Begin. Pull back, radiators, and then just do this on your own. Alright, and while they are setting up, let's take a look at what we got. Yeah, see, the servants kind of look cool. Ooh, and they have, this is an Orion drive. This thing farts out nuclear explosions and then just coasts on the blast wave. It also has apparently a very annoying whine. Or is that you? Okay, well, I won't zoom in too far on that. Older version radiators, so this, I think this has, oh man, Humanity First looks pretty cool too. Alright, let's speed things up, see how they go. Yep. It's an Orion drive. It's just pooping nukes. Alright, looks like our destroyers are getting close. Oh geez, look at that barrage. That's a lot of nasty. Alright, can I uncenter the camera? Which is like a more general... There we go, perfect. No, whoa, whoa, what's going on? Let's try that again. There we go. So it looks like the destroyers are coming in. At least one is swinging behind for a pot shot. Oh, I like this maneuver. Yeah, no, you can get that cruiser on its back. Battleship. The battleship is taking the most damage so far. But the missiles are closing in. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. That takes out the cruiser. So it definitely looks like the Macross missile barrage is the way to go. There is no ship with enough point defense for that. Yep, it's gonna take out the battleship now. Yep. So now it's the escorts and the destroyer, and I think if they have another barrage in them, then that's gonna be it for the destroyer. Tavarisu, thank you for gifting a sub. Oh shit, here they come. They just suddenly light up with they have to course correct. Oh, the destroyer might be able to get them all. Oh, wait, there are a few. Those are just going to miss unless they can turn around. Those little shimmers. Alright. They all might be out of Delta V. Yep. So, they can only really reorient themselves. They can't change direction. So, depending on who can fire at whom, which looks like the destroyer only, yeah, this is going to be a win for the servants. Never doubt the power of lasers. Alright. Let's do one more. I have an idea for epic Battle of the Titans. So let's make this, let's say the Academy is testing out their newest class Titan with some observing, a couple of observing. What would be a good class of ship? Let's say cruiser. I think these are the cruisers I already used, but whatever. Let's make it a different kind of cruiser. Maybe this Lancer. There we go. The Academy are testing out their Titan, but they run across a protectorate fleet, which is worried that they might antagonize the aliens. So they come at it with just a trio of battle cruisers. So the Academy slightly outclassed them, but that's because the Titan brings a lot more to the battlefield. This is too powerful. Maybe another one of those. Maybe then I shall drop this down to a... Yeah, that still puts a lot in favor of the Academy, but I just want to see how this goes. Let's say this is in the middle of nowhere. What range point? L4. Do not enable tutorial. Go. Alright. I can't run a prediction, but place your bets. Who will win? Probably the Academy. Just a bit too obvious, but why not? Alright, let's take a look at what we got here. Okay, so same ship as before. The Orion drive, at least. Wow, look at that. Ooh, this one's older. Or at least it has a different kind of... It has the standard radiator design. You know what? Oh, wait. Why? Why do the Academy ships look rusty? Of all the ships to look old, why the Academy? Can't say I approve of that. Look at that. That's kind of nasty. Why would the Academy... Like, this should probably be on Humanity First ships. Just in the sense that maybe they scavenge them, but I don't know why they make the Academy ships look rusty. Can't say I'm a fan. Alright, well, on the opposing side... Protectorate has the same kind of problem. Except it's more like scuffed paint than rust. Ooh, nice engine, though. Looks like the other two are more conventional. Alright, let's see how this plays out. Speed things up. Ah, okay, yeah, so the Orion drive on this side. What does... Hold on, what does this one do when it fires? Oh, it's like a torch. Do any of them have missiles? Yes, here are some. Or those just might be charged blasts. The Academy are fighting the Protectorate. So these ships on closer to the screen are the Protectorate, the ones further away are the Academy. With their ugly choice of green. Honestly, I think you could salvage the Academy look if you just made it like a darker green, like a forest green, instead of making it look like a rusty yellow green. Alright, looks like we got missiles incoming, but the point defense is holding it off. Ooh, this one, oh man. Really looks like the cruiser got a bit too close for its own good. It's trying to back up. But I think it's just going to make the battle cruisers nail it all the harder. Ooh, if they can, they might be too busy. Oh, jeez. Here it comes. Will you be able to shoot them all down? I don't think so. Oh, wow, that's gone. Brilliant explosion, too. Reminds me of Sword of the Stars. Nope, gee, wow. That Titan took like one shot at it and gone. I think the battle cruiser Kirov right now is wishing it could fuck off. Oh yeah, no, don't bother. Like I said, don't bother with prediction. Because the odds were stacked in favor of the Academy. Like if I were to make this a fair fight, I would have given the Protectorate 5 ships to use instead of just 3 heavier ships. Yep. Nope. That is the Academy with not even losing a single ship. You'd think this cruiser would have been nailed, but turns out the battle cruisers didn't really have much in the way of aggressive weaponry. The Titan sure did. Victory for XCOM Coalition. Wait, the Resistance wasn't fighting. What? Alright. Thank you guys for joining me. I'll clear up the prediction later. But that is going to be it for me this week. I will be busy tomorrow, so I will not be able to stream. But tonight, let's see if I can't ferry you guys over and keep the night going. Ooh, a lot of people are streaming right now. We got Kieran Grant playing Tim Tim and Lanny playing Cult of the Lamb. I think I'm gonna pass some love Grant's way. Mainly because I'm also interested in seeing how Tim Tim's turned out after so long. But I hope you all have a good night. If you're interested in this game, the demo is on Steam on Terra Invicta. One final reminder that you cannot save, so whatever progress you lose in the game is gone forever. But otherwise, I have real fun with this game. I'm probably going to do something akin to a playthrough of it when it finally comes out. But I don't know when that's going to happen. Until next time, guys. Bye!